our opening session with 5 key speakers this morning that will help us kick off this week of informative case studies, panel discussions, and technical sessions. I think we're going to have an exciting time and very informative. We have more than 150 registered participants representing 16 countries across the globe. These attendees represent government agencies, national, international laboratories, private companies, universities, as well as nonprofit organizations. And we're really pleased to have all of you joining us this week. Without further ado, our first opening session speaker this morning is Dr. Judd Verdon. Dr. Verdon is the Associate Laboratory Director for the Energy and Environment Directorate at the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. He leads over 1,100 scientists, engineers, and staff delivering science and technology solutions in the areas of complex energy and environmental challenges, mainly addressing the United States challenges, including modernizing the power grid, advancing energy storage technologies, increasing energy efficiency of buildings and lighting, developing biofuels, resolving complex issues in nuclear science and environmental management, which of course is the focus of this week's Global Summit. Judd, happy to have you join us.
Yeah, thank you, Tom, and good morning, afternoon, and evening to everyone, and welcome to the RemPlex Summit. As Tom said, my name is Judd Verdon, and I serve as PNNL's Associate Laboratory Director for the Energy and Environmental Directorate, and that's where PNNL's environmental remediation programs lie in our directorate. It's what we're here to talk about today. And you know, PNNL's leadership in environmental remediation dates back to 1965, when the laboratory first opened its doors, and we've been providing technical solutions for the safe cleanup of legacy waste at the Hanford site for more than 5 decades. You know, today, or this month, is my 30-year anniversary, so I've been part of that for 3 decades, which is amazing to think about. The initial work at Hanford gave rise to our expertise in radiochemistry, nuclear physics, and the ability to sense, measure, and identify radioactivity at increasingly lower levels. And that's experience base, and the capabilities we've developed are really what has formed the additional partnerships with many of you who are joining us at this summit, federal agencies, universities, contracts, and many others, with a common goal to translate fundamental principles underpinning remediation technology to performance at full-scale operations. The Center for the Remediation of Complex Sites, or RemPlex, idea was first conceived when we were partnering with the International Atomic Energy Agency, who you'll hear from in just a bit, and the Interstate Technology and Regulatory Council. Through these partnerships, we recognized that there really was a need that could be addressed by establishing a platform focused on supporting complex site remediation. It was clear that we needed this platform to support multidisciplinary approaches for the remediation of complex sites, to share experiences in subsurface characterization and remediation science and design, and so RemPlex was born. Now, RemPlex serves as a forum for bringing scientists together with engineers and policy and decision makers from across government, research institutions, academia, and industry to share experiences and promote collaboration. It supports remediation strategies across the DOE landscape, restoring contaminated sites, and protecting natural resources worldwide. You know, in today's world, when we try to address these big complex problems, no one institution can really handle the interdisciplinary work that's needed, and it takes a community really to move some of these difficult challenges forward. Our summit today really has 5 objectives. The first one is share knowledge, do technology transfer, learn from each other where people have had hands-on experience, practice learning to address the most difficult challenges facing remediation sites worldwide. It's also, RemPlex today is about showcasing international environmental remediation expertise and leadership, exploring opportunities for collaboration and partnerships, identifying research and capability development needs, and maybe most importantly, networking and professional development. By collaborations with platforms such as this RemPlex, we can continue to develop solutions for environmental remediations that are safer, faster, and more cost-effective. So I hope we will have a great week, great next few days. I'm excited to hear about the various remediation case studies this week and listen to the panels. For our opening session today, we have the wonderful opportunity to next hear from Nicole Nelson-Jean, the Associate Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Field Operations for DOE's Office of Environmental Management, or EM. Nicole has a big job and has overriding responsibilities to support the 16 EM field offices from across the country, working throughout the nation to clean up and safely disposition large volumes of nuclear waste, to safeguard and prepare for the disposition of nuclear materials, and deactivate and decommission several thousand radiologically and chemically contaminated facilities, and remediate extensive surface and groundwater contamination. So at this point, I'll hand it over to Nicole.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nicole Nelson-Jean, and I am the Associate Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Field Operations within the Office of Environmental Management. I'm very excited to participate at the RemPlex Summit. My office develops mission strategies, policy, and guidance for field operations to support the Office of Environmental Management's mission. In addition, I oversee the nuclear operations, safeguards and security, and technology development. For those of you who may not be familiar with the Office of Environmental Management within the United States Department of Energy, I will give you some background. In 1989, the Office of Environmental Management was established. Our mission is to complete the safe cleanup of the environmental legacy brought about from decades of nuclear weapons development and government-sponsored nuclear energy research. The mission elements that the environmental cleanup program is based on are as follows: the disposition of tank waste, special nuclear material, spent nuclear fuel, transuranic and solid waste, soil and groundwater remediation, and facility deactivation and decommissioning. Our first priority is to ensure the safety and health of the public and workforce while continuing to protect the environment. Since the inception of the Office of Environmental Management in 1989, we have completed cleanup at 91 of the 107 sites. We have reduced the environmental cleanup footprint by 90% to less than 300 square miles. Some of our larger cleanup sites include the Hanford site in Washington, Idaho National Laboratory in Idaho, Savannah River site in South Carolina, and the Oak Ridge site in Tennessee. I would like to point out that continued progress has been made during the COVID-19 pandemic. This is a true testament to work ethic and dedication of the federal and contractor employees. I now would like to discuss the strategic vision for the Office of Environmental Management. The strategic vision provides a clear and concise roadmap to guide our planning and priorities. Regarding safety and security, we will continue to perform activities with a strong safety culture that integrates safety and health in all work activities. For program and project management, we will continue to perform several root cause analysis to better understand why some projects have cost and schedule issues. Continuing to develop lessons learned across the cleanup complex will enable us to better manage our programs and projects. When it comes to acquisition, we will continue to develop and improve acquisition tools, processes, and resources. For regulatory and stakeholder engagement, we work actively with our regulators in negotiating compliance agreements and milestones for individual sites. We will continue meaningful discussion and ongoing engagement with our stakeholders. Regarding infrastructure, we are achieving success in infrastructure upgrades that will amplify the ability to perform environmental cleanup in the future. On the topic of next generation workforce, we are committed to promoting and supporting an inclusive environment that provides all employees the chance to work to their full potential. We are also expanding our recruitment strategies and leadership development programs. Regarding innovative approaches, we are developing new and innovative methods to performing cleanup activities in a safe, more efficient, and cost-effective manner. We build on these recent successes and will bring a renewed sense of urgency to tackle the continued environmental cleanup challenges. This now concludes my remarks. I would like to extend my thank you to Pacific Northwest National Laboratory for having me talk to you today. I hope you enjoy the RemPlex Summit.
Well, thanks, Nicole, for joining us this morning. And Nicole will be participating in a panel session on Wednesday this week live. So I hope everybody can continue to stay tuned for that. Our next speaker this morning is Christophe Xeri, Director of the Fuel Cycle and Waste Technology Division in the Nuclear Energy Department of the International Atomic Energy Agency. Xeri has 30 years of experience in the nuclear field with a focus on nuclear fuel cycle and waste management. Before his appointment to the IAEA, he served from 2011 to 2015 as Counselor for Nuclear Affairs to the French Embassy in Japan and in Mongolia. He also has experience in uranium mining and enrichment technology. He's worked in non-proliferation and was assigned to the office of the president of AREVA, Nuclear Reactors Fuel Cycle Electricity Transmission Equipment in AREVA. And while vice president of Mitsubishi Nuclear Fuel, he was involved in handling the consequences of the earthquake and tsunami of March 2011 in Japan. Please welcome Christophe Xeri.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your kind introduction, and thank you for having me this morning. I'm at the same time very, very happy and honored to be part of this summit. So, as you all know, the International Atomic Energy Agency mission is to support sharing of practice, sharing of knowledge, and sharing of experience. And if we look at environmental remediation, there is a lot of things to be shared. It's a challenging, and I think it has been said, complex task facing many countries. It seems that your slide is going by itself, but that's fine. We had the first of a kind type of situation that we could see in the beginning of the 2000s. And what we see progressively on environmental remediation, whether it is in US, but in some other countries, related to also legacy sites or more standard sites, is that we have moved to learning mode. And now we are really getting towards industrial mode. So I think the two, in the current situation, we are in between, we are no longer on first of a kind, and we are really getting at the job in a significant way. Now, there are challenges which remain. Still many unique situations in environmental remediation, and of course, Hanford site and others legacy sites are very typical of this unique situation. The second point is to scale up. And there is a lot of things which have been developed at lab scale, a little bit more, but which now need to be fully deployed to really address the cleanup and make it a reality. And opportunities also, both in terms of technology and innovations, and more generally in terms of efficiency. And efficiency is important because at the end of the day, it's most of the time taxpayer money. So it's important that this money is wisely spent, and efficiency also because we want to move on the job and clean. And in this respect, technology and innovation are important and play a role, especially digitalization that we see coming quickly. But sometimes don't forget that simple can be best. And that's also a way to ensure that. Now, from the agency point of view, as I said, our role is to connect networks and experts and to share knowledge. And that's basically what we're about. We don't have a lot of knowledge ourselves. We help others to share. And we have several networks of peers in this respect. One of them being Environet for environmental remediation, another one being IDN for decommissioning, and quite often the two topics are related. IPN on predisposal and waste management, which is also important, and you can see some others in this slide. So we want Connect to be a topical gateway to many resources. So when you are a member of Environet, you will have access to training material and courses, including e-learning modules and webinars, which are useful for newcomers to the field, but also for a bit more experienced people. Material presented at workshops, share experience and lesson learned, and we are developing best practices through wiki and other resources, and collaborative development of guidance document, procedures, and training material. And that's why these networks of peers are important, both as a resource and, of course, and from you as expert to contribute to this sharing of information. And what we want is that this resource hub facilitates the growth also of your professional community. So Environet is a network more specifically dedicated to environmental remediation. Some of you are members, and later on in the week you will listen to host Montcan Fernandez, who is secretary of it, dealing with lifecycle management of current and future operation. That is something we want to stress, even if it may not be the core topic of today. And think about environmental remediation each time you start doing something, and especially here we mentioned uranium mining, which we expect to see more in the future if nuclear has the future that we all expect it will have. Legacy sites, environmental contamination, whatever the reason is, and of course, remediation actions. Environet has also regional working group, either because the topics could be similar, but also because it could be also easier to meet in a region. And we have structured them with four main regions: Africa, Asian Pacific, Europe, and Latin America and the Caribbean. I guess the US is in between Asia and the Pacific, Europe, and Latin America. So you are part of everything, and we have coordinators for each of them. Last thing I want to say, and I'm sure there are plenty of young professionals, and I think the previous speaker mentioned the importance of recruitment and ensuring a steady flow of workforce. Decommissioning and environmental remediation is an attractive proposition for a smart workforce. People are usually proud of their work, and they are waste busters, they are green giants, helping to restore a site and giving new life. That's a field where there is plenty of challenges and plenty of innovation. So it's also very stimulating to be there and to feel again the same pioneer spirit than the one who started this pioneering site like Hanford and the PNNL. And that's also nice to be part of circular economy and sustainable development goals. So be good, be part of the circular economy, help sustainability, and join decommissioning and environmental remediation workforce. That's all I wanted to say in introduction, just to remind you how important environmental remediation is, not only for you, but in the world, and expecting that more and more people will get as excited as I am to join it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christophe. Our next opening session speaker is Rebecca Tedeschi, head of the Radioactive Waste Management and Decommissioning Division for the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, in the Nuclear Energy Agency. Tedeschi joined the NEA in January 2019 and is responsible for advancing information exchange and studies in the fields of radioactive waste management, nuclear facility decommissioning, and legacy management. Prior to joining NEA, Tedeschi served as the chief of the Radiation Protection Branch in the Office of Nuclear Regulatory Research at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in the US, NRC. Rebecca has over 27 years of domestic and international experience in the operation and radiation safety of research reactors, fuel fabrication facilities, nuclear power plants, and biomedical research facilities. She also held numerous positions in the reactor material and fuels areas at the NRC. Prior to her appointment with NRC, she worked for private industry and federal government as a radiation physicist. Please welcome Rebecca Tedeschi.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to give you an overview of NEA and OECD and the activities that we're involved in decommissioning. Next slide, please. For those of you who do not know NEA, the Nuclear Energy Agency has 34 countries seeking excellence in nuclear safety, technology, and policy. Our members really go from policymakers to implementers to regulators. We have 8 standing technical committees within the area, and we have 80 working parties. And we have 23 joint projects where institutions come together and work on a specific topic. And we have an extensive experience with dialogues between universities and industry to make sure that the activities that we're involved in is applicable to all. Next slide, please. Just to focus on the activities in waste and decommissioning, the back end, my division is responsible for the Radioactive Waste Management Committee, as well as the Committee for Decommissioning and Legacy Management. And our activities really deals with strategic policies, best practices, and also to identify areas that needs to be addressed from the legal aspect of it, from environmental aspect of it, societal and economic factors. So we try to make sure that when we're dealing with a topic that we've addressed those 3 approaches in a holistic manner. We also have a regulator forum within that really goes into the regulation. How do we support these activities within the regulator framework? Next slide, please. So the milestones in decommissioning in NEA has been going on since 1978. To say that when the first decommissioning program was created. In 1975, the RWMC was created. And then through the work activities, we also had an 85 cooperative program that's scientific exchange technical information. This is a joint project that brings all industries together and discuss some of the technical issues that they have and approaches to resolve those activities. And we, under our WMC from 2001 to 2018, we had a working party that addressed decommissioning issue, which is Working Party on Decommissioning and Dismantling. But as you know, that decommissioning and legacy facilities are increasing. So in 2018, the steering committee decided that we would create a new committee that would deal specifically on decommissioning and legacy management. Next slide, please. So the division is really the work activities is quite broad. The RWMC deals with waste management issues from DGR to low-level waste and looking at knowledge management and looking at robotics and remote systems, how it could be utilized in the back end. And also looking at how we can do constructive feedback between regulators and implementers to make sure that activities are being followed, since DGRs take a long period of time, that we have the opportunity to discuss these things throughout the process. The regulatory forum and the forum for stakeholder provides consultation to the 2 groups, and they really look at specifically how do you involve stakeholders from FSC perspective and to regulators really looking at end state, what are the technical issues that needs to be addressed within decommissioning. As I said, CDLM was just created 2 years ago. So we just started, we have a new working party on technical, environmental, and safety aspects. We have a working party on management and organizational aspects that look at costing of decommissioning. Also looking at projects, how do we make sure the supply chain is addressed and things like that. And I will focus a lot on the expert group on holistic process decision making, because I think that's more applicable to the activities that you're involved in. Next slide, please. So overall, the role of CDLM is to really look at what are the regulatory challenges, how do we address those issues, what are the societal issues in terms of dialogue with stakeholders, and looking at how do we build trust, how do we make sure that what's the decision that we make in terms of decommissioning addresses the stakeholders that live around the facility. Managing the organization aspect, technical, characterization, risk impact, and technology and things like that. And costing, we really work with IAEA and the European Commission to do the international costing structure for decommissioning legacy management. And we're further working on benchmarking and addressing some of the decision. And how do we make decisions when we're going through legacy sites or decommissioning sites? And then how do we make sure that the information is being transferred to the next generation? Because as you expect, that decommissioning takes a long period of time. So how do we address those issues and robotic and remote systems to be applicable within decommissioning? Next slide, please. So just to give you an overview how the activities for the holistic workshop, the activities that we have developed in 2018 and 2017, the CRPPH, which is a sister organization, had a group that dealt with legacy sites, and they published a challenge in nuclear and radiological legacy in site management. This is an excellent report that gives you an overview. What are the uncertainties and challenges that are being faced from the regulatory framework, from characterization of circumstances? What are the societal aspects, deciding, achieving desired end state, and long-term protection values? And they really looked at 13 cases and identified what were the challenges that were being faced from those organizations, and what are the things that we need to do to improve our approaches into decommissioning of legacy sites. So this is the seed document, I would say, that for the creation of the holistic group that we have in our CDLM. Next slide, please. So the holistic process and decision-making, the main objective of the group is to develop reliable, effective, and efficient process to identify, assess, control, manage risk, looking at, as I said, societal, economical, environmental, and to develop guidelines and identify a needed decision how to implement these processes. So within that, we have established task groups that would be, next slide, please, that this group will address. And the program of work for the next 2 years is that first, they need to identify what are the common understanding of the key issues that we have to deal with. Because as all of you have seen, the legacy site or complex site, we try not to define it. We try more to define it from the perspective of what it looks like and what are the complications that is provided from those sites versus that any decommissioning that has not been considered legacy or complex. And so that is the first thing that they're trying to do. And then the second activity will be to provide recommendation on type of information and approaches required to support risk-informed decision-making. That means looking at the site specifically from the area of, what is the complex, what are the type of things that needs to be considered? Does it have, end state might not be as applicable to the greenfield. So what are the processes that we need to make a decision on? How do we involve the stakeholder? How do we address the situations, and what are the processes that we should follow? And then after that, really resolving how to do these things. So we'll go through the different cases and identify recommendations and best practices to address those concerns. Next slide, please. So just to conclude in the next few slides, that the question is, how do we avoid legacy sites and how do we sustain decommissioning? And the key elements that we found in to make sure that we have an end states and a sustainable nuclear energy is that we need to make sure that information has been kept throughout the history of operation, because a lot of times we have a long history, and a lot of times the records are not there. So when you start decommissioning, it creates a problem, not understanding what has been done, what transformation has been done to the facility, and what have you. And we also have to make sure that the health and safety of the current and the future generation is being considered. Polluters pay is an approach that I think if you've developed the technology and you've operated, you need to make sure that you have enough funding that is associated to clean up the facility. And also really to understand what are the concerns that we have learned from previous one and to apply it. So decommissioning stages are different depending on where you are, transitioning, dismantling, site cleanup, end state. All those are factors that you need to consider when you are developing your decommissioning funding, as well as cost estimation. So those are areas that we need to make sure to address those issues. So some of the challenges, next slide, please. Some of the challenges that we faced, I would not need to explain Hanford, but some prolonged delayed decisions have an impact at the end. So it's really important that as we're finding contamination, we clean it immediately and we record it such that the person that's coming at the end to do the decommissioning has an understanding of what has been done previously and what needs to be done in the future. So like the lack of timely response has created a lot of the issues that we have right now. Next slide, please. We also see that insufficient stakeholder engagement. And again, when we talk about stakeholder, we should not just assume your stakeholder is members of the public. You have a responsibility to discuss your approaches with policymakers, regulators, scientific community, public, social media, operators. That is the whole stakeholder that we're talking about, to make sure that we have conflicting regulatory standards needs to be addressed, and not everything fits all, one size fits all. We need to address those technical issues. We need to engage all our stakeholders early in the process such that the decision is informed and sustainable. And we need to address, there are a lot of conflicting international standards. Also, those things need to be evaluated, and if not changed, at least explain why they are so different. Next slide, please. So in our view, that to make what needs to be changed is that when we are developing new technology, we need to make sure that we have an improved design such that you do not put underground pipes and things like that if it's not necessary. We need to have a robust funding mechanism to make sure that the end has been considered and all the expenses that comes with it has been adequately funded. We need to have flexible regulatory framework such that we'll be able to address different situations. Then we need to make sure that we transfer knowledge from operation to decommissioning or legacy management and to the next generation. And we need to make sure that we have public engagement early in the process such that we have a complete decommissioning and legacy site remediation. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca. The last main speaker in the opening session is Dawn Wellman. Dawn is with the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, and she's the director of the Earth Systems Science Division within the Energy and Environment Directorate. Before being named the Earth Systems Science Division Director in October 2019, Dawn managed the environmental health and remediation market sector in PNNL's Energy and Environment Directorate. She started in 2013 and led this sector in developing and delivering science-based and risk-informed solutions to enable critical cleanup decisions associated with environmental remediation, site closure, and site stewardship. Her scientific expertise is in understanding and predicting contaminant transport pathways, kinetics, aqueous and mineral surface geochemistry, and reaction kinetics for environmental remediation. Dawn is a leader in developing and implementing systems-based approaches for characterizing, monitoring, and remediating contaminated groundwater and soil at sites throughout the Department of Energy complex, as well as internationally supporting site contractors and site owners. Dawn, please join us in discussing unique challenges of remediation of complex sites.
All right, well, thanks, Tom, and good day, everybody. Welcome to the 2021 Global Summit. It's great to see everybody here. It's great to see a lot of old colleagues and friends. So this morning, as Tom mentioned, I'll spend just a few minutes talking about some of the unique challenges that we as a community face in continuing to address complex sites. This is by no means comprehensive, but just some thoughts to get us started as we go into the program this week and spur some discussion. So with that, next slide. So nationally, there's been significant financial investment made already and considerable progress over several decades on a number of environmental remediation challenges. However, as we look forward to the challenges that remain, we as a community have some of the most complex challenges ahead that we've ever really faced. Some previous reports from EPA and NRC highlight the numbers around these challenges, noting over 300,000 sites, $200 billion to go. This was in 2014 and 2013, and those numbers haven't decreased. Also, the NRC and subsequent ITRC reports begin to outline some of the technical challenges that these sites present and begin to underscore the need for advances in our current remediation technologies and approaches. So by way of example, I'll spend just a few minutes talking about some of these unique challenges. Next slide. So as Rebecca had noted, the U.S. Department of Energy has been engaged for decades in efforts to address subsurface contamination at cleanup sites around the country, including the Hanford site. Hanford site is definitely one of the most complex contaminated sites in the world, and the complexities of this site are certainly compounded at a magnitude that are not really encountered anywhere else, but it does provide a very unique case study that highlights many of the elements of which themselves can contribute to making a site quote unquote complex for environmental remediation. So next slide. Starting at the beginning, if you will, some of the challenges associated with environmental remediation just start with the source itself. Many different types of environments exist. We may have contamination in environments wherein it's very difficult to even characterize the sources and to locate the sources. Additionally, many different sites have continuing source terms, multiple different types of geology. We may have adjacent and differing waste sources that may have different types of contaminants. All of these are different considerations that must be factored in when considering a source term and some of the complexities associated with these remaining sites. Next slide. As I started to allude to on the previous slide, mixed contaminants may be an issue that presents significant challenge in understanding the evolution of a site and the factors in selecting potential remedies. Additionally, scale may be another confounding challenge. We could have a site that is very large with significant laterally dispersed plumes, or it may present very localized but very deep plumes that extend through multiple different types of geologic units with varying compositions and behaviors. Next slide. And to that end, coupled systems are certainly one that may have very significant diversity of geologic units that alter the features and the processes that control contaminant transport and fate, such that a single technology and the approaches that we've used to date may be very insufficient. And we may need to consider not only the system as it is, but then to understand how multiple engineered remediations and perturbations will compound and change the behaviors of that system as a whole as we work to remediate it. So we may have a complex system that becomes a further complex system. Lastly, time may certainly present a challenge within all of these sites, as Rebecca had noticed to some extent. But at the same token, time, as well as all of these variables, may also provide benefits and opportunities for us to continue to take advantage of as we work to address these challenges. So understanding and working with the system processes, features, and events can afford us new opportunities to look at these complexities and take different approaches to mitigating the risks that they propose. Next slide. So therein, I'll challenge all of us over the following days to see both the challenges and the opportunities that we have in addressing the remaining remediation needs that we as a nation face, we as a world face. We need to identify opportunities for us to work together collaboratively. Again, these are some unprecedented challenges that we face, and to make progress in closing some of the more than 300,000 sites that we still have in front of us. Next slide. So with that, let's kick off the summit and let's get to work. I have the pleasure of introducing Karen Smith, the Deputy Director of RemPlex, and Nick Kwafoku, the Deputy Director of Outreach and Engagement for RemPlex, to walk us through this week's program. Karen, Nick, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dawn. And I want to thank all of our preceding speakers in our panel, in our session today. We really appreciate everybody's perspectives. Nick, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Good morning and good evening and good afternoon, everyone.
So we just give a few minutes here to provide a quick run through of the agenda this week and what you can expect. We'd like to put the link to our detailed program in the chat, and Kelly, I'm hoping you can do that for us so that you can get more information about all of these sessions. But we have international case studies running each morning, and then, or at the start of each day, and then we have in the middle of the week 3 separate panel discussions. And the case studies will allow us to explore specific remediation challenges and opportunities excuse me, in the context of specific sites or specific situations. And then the panel discussions allow us to look at some broad overarching issues that may create complexity in reaching decisions at individual sites. All of our materials are going to be posted on our summit webpage after the summit is over, including the recordings of these live sessions. Nick, you want to talk about the technical sessions?
Yeah, definitely. Very briefly about the technical sessions. We are organizing 6 in total. We kick off today with a subsurface remote sensing and geophysics session. Then continue on Tuesday with a multi-scale modeling and upscaling technical session. Then we switch a little bit gears to environmental sensors on Wednesday. And then we go on Thursday to discuss about big data analytics, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. And then on Friday, we do have 2 technical sessions. The first one is on emerging contaminants of concerns. And then to wrap up everything is the general remediation topic session. We are really excited to have you today here. We encourage you to go in our website, RemPlex Summit website, and look for the technical sessions where all the abstracts of the presentations are included. And in addition, videos and full presentations are also included there as well. It will be really great if you all go there and listen to the presentations before the live sessions that are scheduled in this schedule that we are presenting in this slide. The technical sessions will be run, with flash talks, 3 to 5 minutes, followed by a Q&A session, and then an open a discussion about the trends and, the future directions of research in these important areas of research. Back to you, Karen.
Yes, the last thing I want to mention is that for each of the technical sessions, we'll run a poll at the end of those sessions to have you, the attendees, nominate your top 2 best presentations that then will be considered, and we'll give an award to the top presentation in each of those technical sessions. So we're about to take a break. We have the case study focused on Hanford coming up at the top of the hour, and then that will run until 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, a short break, and then, as Nick said, we'll go into the technical session on subsurface remote sensing. And with that, I think we'll go on break, and I appreciate everybody's attention, and we'll see you in a little bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Morning, Mark.
Good morning, Greg. How are you today?
I'm awake on this chilly morning.
Wow, look, Emmy looks nice.
Thank you, Mark. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
It says they're recording, but okay. They'll want to edit this part out. Dang it, I'm out of coffee. Should I have some more? Probably not. No? Yes?
Or not run out.
Nice. I don't know if that's a good idea, Mark. You know how it gets, right? I think I've had enough. My hands are sweating.
Greg, we're about to start in a minute. I think I would hold off as well.
Okay, good. Just, I'm just not quite used to this time of day except for fishing.
This is what you need, Greg. Nasty yellow vitamin water. Much better for you than caffeine.
And Karen reminds us that we're all live, that everyone can listen into our scintillating conversation this morning.
Well, it is 7 o'clock Pacific time, so I think we can go ahead and get started. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the first day of the very first RemPlex Summit. My name is Vicki Friedman. I am with the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, and I'm also the Deputy Director of Collaborative Research for the Center for the Remediation of Complex Sites. It is now my pleasure to introduce the moderator for our first case study of the week, Megan Stewart. Megan is a professional facilitator with the Central Plateau Cleanup Company, and she will be leading us through the various complexities associated with cleanup at Hanford, which Dawn previously alluded to. So with that brief introduction, I will turn our first case study session over to Megan. So Megan, over to you.
Vicki, mic check. Can everybody hear me? All
Yes.
right, so we get to spend the next 3 hours with one another talking about the complexities of Hanford cleanup. As Vicki just mentioned, we do have, Dawn did talk about the myriad of work that is ongoing at Hanford right now. And the panelists today are going to talk through the Central Plateau groundwater specifically. We're going to go ahead and start with Kate Amrine. She is a physical scientist for the U.S. Department of Energy Richland Operations Office in the Soil and Groundwater Division. Kate's going to give us kind of a geographical overview of where is Hanford in the Central Plateau specifically, and kind of a brief overview of the speakers that are going to be talking to us today. I look forward to the next 3 hours, and with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Kate.
Thank you, Megan. There we go. Get my laser pointer so everyone can see where I'm pointing. Which there seems to be a little bit of a lag. There we go. Okay. So hello, everyone, and welcome to our session. I'm going to kind of open, as Megan said, and kind of go through an overview of Hanford site and kind of what we're going to be speaking about today. So we'll have our introduction of the Hanford site, and then I'll go through the Hanford groundwater operable units to get you familiarized with the site. I will also go over the groundwater contamination of the site in the Central Plateau, which is where we're going to be focusing on our talk today. Then I'll go through kind of the general geology of the Central Plateau to give you kind of a general idea, especially when we start talking to the later presentations of the different formations. You can be a little familiarized with that. I'll also go through the 200 West Pump and Treat, which is our facility in the Central Plateau that is treating our groundwater. And then I'll go through a brief summary of the session presentations. And so to give you kind of that background information, the Hanford site is about 580 square miles or about 1,500 square kilometers. And it is located in a shrub steppe, kind of semi-arid environment in Southeast Washington State. And Hanford was part of the Manhattan Project. So between 1943 and 1963, 9 reactors were built to facilitate plutonium production. And that ran all the way until 1987 when the last reactor was then shut down. In 1989, the Department of Energy, the Environmental Protection Agency, and the Washington State Department of Ecology entered into what is the tri-party agreement to clean up the Hanford site. Because during the process years, as we can see on this diagram I have here, there are many different processes that occurred in the plutonium process. And so starting in our 300 area down here, we had the manufacturing of the fuel elements. And then kind of working around the site, you had the irradiation of the fuel elements up into, you know, the reactors and everything with the actual plutonium production. And then we go into the chemical separations to get to separate all of the radionuclides from just the other different constituents in there. And then we go down to the plutonium finishing, which is where we actually get the plutonium from the products after the dissolution of the uranium fuel rods. And so here in the 200 West, 200 East area is where we're kind of going to be focusing on our talk in the Central Plateau. And so as a byproduct of all of these different processes, there was a lot of waste generated, and that was all disposed of into the groundwater. And so here is kind of that general overview of the Hanford site. And so the way we have broken up the site to make it easier to focus on for remediation is we have many different groundwater operable units. So in the Central Plateau, we have the 200 ZP1, 200 UP1, the 200 BP5, and then we have 200 PO1. And then we also have multiple different operable units along the river. And we have down here in the 300 area along the river as well. And so here's kind of a general overview of the groundwater plumes found at Hanford. You can see the list of the contaminants down here below in the legend. It makes it a very complex site because the majority of the contaminants overlap each other. And you can definitely see this more presently in the Central Plateau region, where it is multiple different groundwater plumes that are kind of commingled with each other. And then to kind of zoom in, here is the Central Plateau. And you can see in the 200 West area, we have a very large carbon tetrachloride plume. This is in that light green area. We also have a very large hexavalent chromium plume down here. And then we also have scattered throughout, we have uranium found, tritium, trichloroethylene. We have technetium-99. We have some cyanide present, especially in the 200 East area. We also have the iodine-129, so we have some in the UP1 area and then some in the BP5 PO1 groundwater operable units. And then we also have a little bit of strontium-90 up here in the BP5. So we have lots and lots of different co-contaminant or contaminants that are all commingled on the Central Plateau, which makes cleanup challenging. My screen seems to be frozen. Let's see. Oh, there we go. All right, so here is a general geology of the Central Plateau. And so starting off, we have the Columbia River basalt group down here. And then as you move up, we go into the Ringgold Formation and the Hanford Formation. And so the Hanford, or the Ringgold Formation and the Hanford Formation, this is all due to the Missoula floods that occurred over multiple thousands of years. And what we have is down here in the Ringgold Formation, we have a lower mud unit, which is the boundary between our unconfined aquifer that is found in this upper Ringgold to Hanford Formation, or upper Ringgold Formation. And then we have a semi-unconfined aquifer down here below the Ringgold lower mud. And so it kind of sits in this very thin layer down here. And then we have kind of that larger area for the unconfined aquifer. This is more of the coarse sediments. And so the sediment thickness in at least the 200 West area ranges from about 132 to 246 feet. This is kind of in this general vicinity. And the depth of the water table in 200 West is about 164 feet or 50 meters below the ground surface. And so we're talking, when we drill our groundwater wells, we are drilling pretty far down. It's not close to the surface. And a lot of our wells go all the way down to the basalt here. So we're talking about 400 to almost 500 feet below the ground surface. And so now we come to the 200 West Pump and Treat Facility. So on the Central Plateau, the ZP1 operable unit has a final record of decision. And this is part of the final remedy that was chosen. And this pump and treat was started to tackle the carbon tetrachloride. This is our main risk driver in the 200 ZP1 operable unit. And this plant uses ion exchange and air stripping with granular activated carbon, or GAC, to treat contaminated groundwater. And we treat the radionuclides, so we treat technetium-99 and uranium with ion exchange. And then we treat our carbon tetrachloride and our other VOCs that we have through the air stripping. We did have a biological treatment system as part of this plant to treat for nitrate that is currently suspended due to an optimization study we are currently doing out here in the 200 ZP1 to kind of get a better understanding of our carbon tetrachloride plume that we have. And so not only does this pump and treat for the ZP1 operable unit, but it also treats contaminants from the 200 UP1 operable unit to the south. We also bring water over from the 200 BP5, 200 PO1 operable units to the east. And that's about a 5 to 7 mile stretch of pipeline that we have. And we also treat from our DV1 deep vadosone operable unit, perched water unit that we have over in the 200 East area. We also treat water from the Environmental Restoration Disposal Facility, or ERDF. And then occasionally, as needed, we do treat our modular storage unit water. And this water is basically put into 2 evaporated ponds that contain water from our drilling. So as we're pumping purging the wells as we're drilling, that water goes into trucks and is put into these ponds for evaporative purposes. But when they get a little full, then we can move the water over to the 200 West pump and treat to make more space. And so here's a look at our carbon tetrachloride plume in 200 West. So this is in 2012 when the plant was started up versus in 2020. So you can see that the plume has kind of changed shape a little bit. It's a little bit smaller in areas, especially along the outside edges. And it kind of expanded in certain areas too, because as we put in new wells, we learn more and more about our plumes, and sometimes that can expand in certain areas. And so, but overall, we have seen a reduction in the carbon tetrachloride plume. So as I was discussing, the 200 West pump and treat is located here in the ZP1 unit. And here is the well network that we have in place. And so here's the carbon tetrachloride plume. You can see the outline here. And over here on the west side, we have our injection wells. Over here on the east side, we also have injection wells to keep the plume from migrating to the east. Groundwater in the Central Plateau generally moves from east or west to northeast. And so we don't want the carbon tetrachloride to leave the ZP1 operable unit. So we have this set up. And what this also does is push the carbon tetrachloride towards this center region. And that is where we have all of our extraction wells. So we're creating this kind of bowl-shaped, almost a sink where we can extract the highest concentration carbon tetrachloride right here in the middle. And so we have 33 extraction wells and we have 35 injection wells. All right, and now we move on to our session presentation topics. So we have a great lineup of speakers for all of you. And this is going to kind of outline the challenges that we have here in the Central Plateau region of the Hanford site for groundwater cleanup. And so we're going to have Emmy Liha speak after me, followed by Greg Ruskoff, then Matt Tonkin, Naomi Jaski, Sarah Springer, and then closing up with Mark Burns. And so Emmy will be discussing the adaptive management process, what it is, the different pilot programs that have been initiated across the different EPA regions. She'll highlight some current challenges that we have in the ZP1 groundwater operable unit. She'll highlight the support we have for using adaptive management for the 200 West pump and treat, and then go through some lessons learned. And Greg's going to talk about the evolution of the 200 ZP1 pump and treat strategy. So this is going to look at the 2008 record of decision, remedy approach and design, and then kind of go through the implication of data collected after 2008 on the remedy, and then go through our 2019 optimization study plan. So I'll highlight what that is and what we're kind of going through and aiming to achieve. Then kind of go through the changing design concept of the pump and treat system and the prototype results. We have Matt Tonkin that is going to be talking about the monitoring network analysis for integrated Central Plateau decision-making. So this is going to be kind of a summary of the established guidance, the existing methods and tools, and highlight any shortcomings with these. Also how the use of predictive modeling will help with the future well network design. Also go through how Hanford has assessed the data gaps and monitoring redundancies to work towards the optimization. Then we'll go into the treatment expansion in the 200 East. Naomi Jaski will highlight what we have going on there. So give kind of that brief introduction to the 200 East area, go through previous cleanup decisions, go through a summary of the interim remedy, then describe kind of the expansion that will be going on with the 200 West Pump and Treat facility to support the 200 East expansion, go through the next steps, and then some takeaways from the process. And then Sarah Springer is going to be talking about the challenge of deep beta zone contamination in the Central Plateau and go through our current understanding of our continuing sources, the characterization that has gone on across the Central Plateau, the modeling that's also being performed, and the remediation options and challenges. And then Mark Burns will close it out with the challenges associated with the Central Plateau integrated decision-making. So go through the regulatory challenges in Hanford, regulatory decisions / environmental documents that we have, the various sources of groundwater being treated at the pump and treat, the complicated web of interconnected cleanup actions and ongoing operations, the challenges in the Central Plateau groundwater remediation, and the path forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Kate. I need control back of my screen. Give us just a second and then I can go back on camera. All right. So some mechanics real quick before we dive into the meat and potatoes of this morning. You do have the opportunity to ask us questions using the chat function within Zoom. So due to the virtual nature of this, there isn't the raising hand or being able to see you out in the audience with any questions that you might have. At the end of each one of the panelists, we have earmarked about 5 minutes to be able to address any specific questions that you might have. So go ahead and use that chat function and we'll be monitoring it throughout the time that the speakers are talking. We are going to be taking a break at 8:45. So depending on where we're at in the agenda, I'll stop us and make sure that we honor that time as you've seen in the agenda. So with that, I'm going to figure out why I can't get my chat onto my screen. Right, there we go. All right, so with that, I'm going to be turning the floor over to Emmy. Let's see if I can do that.
All right, well, I'm getting set up really quickly. I do know a question has come into the chat. Do we want to address this now or should I go through my section and we'll come back?
Emmy, let's go ahead and have you get started and we're going to go ahead and see if any one of our presenters that's in the audience right now will have the opportunity to address that. Thank you for those questions. So Emmy Leha, she is an environmental scientist who works on Superfund cleanups of hazardous waste sites through the EPA. I always have to look at my notes on this acronym. The EPA Federal Facility Restoration and Reuse Office in Washington, D.C. Emmy's one of my favorite presenters. She is incredibly knowledgeable and she's going to be talking to us about the adaptive management approach that EPA has. Now, Emmy, I am finding that when you take control, I can no longer turn off my camera.
Oh, sorry about that. 1 second.
No, it's okay. I'm going to see if it's going to let me do it. Okay, we're good.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Just 1 second, folks, while I get set up to flip these slides here. But while I'm doing that, just a quick thank you for all of you who are joining us or seeing the recorded version of today's presentation. Thank you so much. Again, I am Emmy Leha with EPA. I've been working on Hanford groundwater for about 13 years since I joined the agency, and it has been a whirlwind. So we're very happy to be sharing some of this information with you all today. I'm specifically going to be talking about EPA support for adaptive management at a national level, and then focusing in specifically on the ZP1 record of decision and the 200 West Pump and Treat facility. and I am having a delay getting to the next slide. Megan, do you mind if I just give you control and you can flip through these for me? Oh, there we go. It's just very slow. And that's too bad because I talk very fast. So please type in the chat if you need me to slow down. So like I said, we're going to start with talking about EPA support for optimization at a national level. So back in 2012, EPA released a strategy called the National Strategy to Expand Superfund Optimization Practices from Site Assessment to Site Completion. So essentially from A to Z, right? The strategy really envisioned the application of optimization concepts throughout all phases of the remedial process, not just the beginning, hopefully not just the end, but all the way through. And this systematic site review to be considered at any phase of the cleanup was really to identify opportunities to, first and foremost, improve remedy protectiveness, but also look at improving effectiveness and cost efficiency. These cleanups can be very expensive. Is there a way we can do better on the costs? Overall, these three items are really to help facilitate progress towards site completion. That's the main goal here, right? We want to get to the end of the race and call it done when it comes to cleanup. But as I'm sure many of you know, a lot of these cleanups, particularly at Hanford, are very long. So fast forward a couple of years to July of 2018. EPA then issued a memo to really broaden our use of adaptive management. And what this memo emphasized was encouraging continuous reevaluation and management prioritization. So it's not just one and done, reassess once and you're good. No, it's really acknowledging that it is an iterative process of reevaluation. So you're always looking at ways to improve the remedy or its implementation. It's structured and continuous planning. You don't want to go at this haphazardly and not have a plan to measure the effectiveness and identify ways to improve it. It should be a structured approach looking at implementation and assessment. So you know how you're going to measure what you want to do, and you're going to have very clear goals as to how you want to get this remedy done. And all in all, in doing all of this, your real goal is reducing the site uncertainties as well. We make our conceptual site models, we do the modeling, we do all this work at our sites, but there's always some level of uncertainty, right? The model is not the full scope of reality. It's what we can assess and compute. So really trying to reduce those uncertainties through this adaptive management approach, through the continuous reevaluation, was why EPA began to push this again in July of 2018. So from there, you might be asking, okay, well, that sounds good, but when exactly am I able to look at adaptive management and its application? Well, we're going to break that down throughout the remedial process. If you're starting at a site-wide level, and perhaps you're in the earlier phases of your cleanup, you might be able to consider the use of early and interim response actions site-wide to expedite cleanup. Or do you need to knock some buildings down? Is there debris or waste that can be easily taken off site through a removal action? Anything that's really going to help facilitate that final remedial cleanup that can be done quickly. And that's also going to help align your resources to make sure that maybe once you bring that building down, you can sample the soil beneath. You're trying to reduce those site uncertainties so that you get the biggest bang for your buck possible. But now let's get into the actual remedial process. You have the site-wide approach. Okay, sometimes these sites are so large, that could be a bit challenging. So let's look into an operable unit or maybe a small grouping of operable units. If you're in your remedial investigation and feasibility stage, that RAFS part of the remedial process, then that's a great opportunity during your scoping to really target your site resources in addressing the key site uncertainties during that characterization effort, right? It's very tempting to be, we need more data, we need more of this, we need more of that. More data is not always the answer. And as a regulator, that's a little difficult for me to say. Where are the uncertainties? Can we target the data collection to fill those data gaps so that we can have the best understanding of the site, essentially to build that conceptual site model? That's going to be the foundation for looking at technologies to implement and clean up at that site. So look at the uncertainties. make sure you're collecting data that best addresses those uncertainties. And one way that could be done, again, is through dynamic work strategies. Maybe you're taking real-time measurements that you can make adjustments in the field with your crew to get the best data possible for developing your conceptual site model. And doing this real time, instead of having multiple runs of sampling, over different seasons, multiple years, it may help reduce data collection costs if you can get the data you need in that single run, that single mobilization of your field crews to get the soil samples, water samples, what have you, to get out there. So that's one part of the process where you can look at adaptive management. Real-time measurements are very, very helpful. But let's say you're past the RAFS and you are in a site where you're already in remedial design and remedial action. You can still consider adaptive management there. It can be used early in the design process to ensure that any additional site characterization that's done in design, that's very common to collect more samples, get more data in the design phase, are really scoped to address those uncertainties. And again, you're going to allow for that continuous evaluation even during design to make sure you're tweaking it appropriately for the best implementation of the remedy. Let's say you're past that. This is the situation we had at the 200 ZP1 operable unit at Hanford. We had been in O&M. The ROD was signed in 2008, construction of this massive pump and treat facility through 2012, and we had been operating for several years. So if you're in O&M, and adaptive management isn't written into your record of decision, don't feel like that means, well, we didn't plan for it, so we really can't implement it. You're probably already doing aspects of this in a cleanup without really calling it adaptive management. So you're doing your monitoring, you're assessing, perhaps in this example, how your plumes are changing over time, how much mass of contaminant you're removing over time. But there can get to a phase, especially with groundwater remedies for pump and treat, where you get stuck. Your returns are less and less, and the design was solid, but you're not seeing that bang for your buck anymore. So even though you're in O&M, you can reevaluate the remediation completion strategy. It's an opportunity to rethink that project management plan. Are there ways to improve your well field? Are there other technologies that can be implemented to supplement what you're currently doing at that site? Do you need to have additional data collected that will allow you to optimize your remedy? Just because you're an O&M and you feel you're really down the road in the remedial process, that's still an opportunity to consider adaptive management. Switch gears a bit here, talking about adaptive management in more of a broad scale, but now we're going to talk about what we did for the ZP1 remedy. As soon as I can get this slide to switch. So this graphic is just a summary of everything I just went over. You can look at adaptive management in your RAFS process, during your remedial design, remedial action process, through this continuous loop of investigating, designing, assessing performance, and making modifications necessary. For our ZP1OU, we were in O&M. And even at this stage, though our 2008 ROD didn't mention adaptive management, we started looking at how can we do optimization and take advantage of this effort. All right, so Hanford isn't the only place where we were looking at the opportunity to implement adaptive management or optimization efforts. In 2018, along with that memo that I had mentioned earlier, a number of sites across the nation participated in a pilot study. I just have a few of them listed here where, and you'll notice most of these are groundwater remedies that are being looked at. So we really wanted to assess how can we better explain what adaptive management is. EPA wanted to assess that and also provide examples, real site examples where this is implemented, how the site benefited from it. Here's just one quick example of a non-Hanford site was in EPA Region 10, the Naval Undersea Warfare Engineering Station, that's in Keyport, Washington. And you'll notice that they were in a groundwater remedy that was not meeting its groundwater and surface water goals. They are already in O&M for this site. So they wanted to look at project risk management, which is part of the adaptive management process, to really try and address the complex challenges they had at this groundwater site and to reduce the uncertainties, because it's a complex cleanup, a lot of moving parts. They're stuck in O&M, they're not meeting the right goals. So what can they do now? It's time to reevaluate. So that's just one quick example I wanted to provide. So bringing it back to Hanford and our ZP1 OU, Kate mentioned that we have, not past tense, this very large carbon tetrachloride plume that is the main risk driver for this part of the aquifer. In this quick graphic, I won't go into too much detail because our technical experts are going to give great presentations on those components, but I just wanted to touch on the fact that we had a conceptual site model when we signed the ROD in 2008. Over several years of data collection, an interim pump and treat system, and the newer 2012 pump and treat system that Kate showed in that picture, we thought, okay, we have X amount of carbon tetrachloride. We're pretty sure we know where it is. Well, in collecting the additional data, as we put in additional wells, got to better understand what was happening in the subsurface, turns out we have a lot more carbon tetrachloride than we originally thought. And not only that, the Ringo lower mud unit, there's a lot more communication between the upper and lower part of the aquifer than we originally thought. So not only do we have more carbon tetrachloride, but it's deeper. And to pile on the good news, so to speak, we were assuming that our degradation rate of carbon tetrachloride was at about, 40 years? But it actually was not degrading that fast. It was much, much slower. So a lot of things to reconsider in our conceptual site model here. But that's all right. That's why we're looking at being adaptive and at ways to address the situation. So Kate mentioned that we suspended nitrate treatment as part of this remedy. So why did we do that? Well, think of it. We had this very big pump and treat system, and we were treating large amounts of carbon tetrachloride and massive amounts of nitrate. There's just a lot of nitrate in the aquifer of this part of the site. And there was a lot of conversations where, well, we could remove more carbon tetrachloride, EPA, if you would just let us push the nitrate through the system without doing the biological treatment component. DOE was, and their contractors were saying, well, we could do more. And initially, as a regulator for the site, I was very hesitant. I'm like, no, you need to treat the nitrate. You can't just flush it through the system. That doesn't sound like a good idea. And remember, this was over years of meetings and discussions about the implementation of the ZP1 remedy. But over time, it really was apparent that, wow, we have this massive amount of carbon tetrachloride, more than we originally thought. Let's look more closely at this. If we suspended the biological treatment component and really looked at focusing on carbon tetrachloride, which is our major risk driver, and let's look at what we've done for nitrate. Massive amounts of nitrate had already been removed from the aquifer, and our remedy did identify that M&A, monitored natural attenuation, would be a component of the remedy for the contaminants of concern. So we knew we'd have to rely on M&A for nitrate as part of the overall remedy implementation. So it's like, well, if we removed enough nitrate with what's remaining in the aquifer, will that be addressed by M&A? Can we still meet the intent of what was in the record of decision? So we started having real conversations around that question, because if we could suspend the nitrate treatment, then we could really focus on taking out that carbon tetrachloride by expanding the air strippers, really being able to have more mass removal of the carbon tetrachloride. And the biggest thing here is like, okay, we have an idea. It's going to be an iterative process. We're going to see how this goes. We're going to make this optimization study plan to suspend nitrate treatment and really focus on carbon tet. And let's see if this will work for the remedy implementation. Knowing it's not just one and done, that it would be a continuous evaluation of data and a continuous effort to see if this is the best way to implement the remedy at the ZP1 operable unit. as far as some lessons learned, this is what I really want to leave the group with. Yes, there's a lot of technical discussions that happen, but even on a larger scale, it's really about the relationships that the people on the site team have between EPA, the regulatory agencies, the other federal agencies, and their contractors. Being able to have open discussion, a certain level of trust is needed to be able to do that. Brainstorming as a group, being willing to throw it all out and filter through to the ideas that make the most sense. That was really important. Just that level of trust and discussion that we could have amongst all our team members. With regulatory agencies, the thing I would share with my regulators is to really consider the full flexibility you have under CERCLA or under Superfund in implementing remedies, because it could have been very easy for me to say the ROD says you will treat nitrate to this standard and that's what you're going to do, and I don't want to hear it. That would have been justifiable to some extent. That's what the ROD says, that's what you're going to do. That's the end of the story. But is it really? Are there other flexibilities? Ultimately, you want to get to complete site cleanup. There's always more than one way to do that. So I just really, really encourage my other regulatory people out there to consider the full flexibility. There's never just one way. I mean, almost rarely, I guess I should say, is there only one way to do something. And that comes to cleanup as well. And lastly, though, on the flip side of the same coin, the lead agency, in this case, Department of Energy, there are times when it's important to understand that while there are a lot of flexibilities, some things are not flexible and are what they are when it comes to remedy selection and implementation. Protectiveness is of a remedy. That is not optional. That needs to be met. So again, there's a lot of flexibilities. There's a few things where there's not, but if the team can work together and really have the same goals in mind of completing cleanup at a site in an effective way for the protectiveness of human health and the environment, then that's a great goal. And I will go ahead and pause for a second. That is the end of my presentation as we get ready to switch over to our next speaker. Thank you so much for everyone's time.
Thank you, Emmy. So we did get a question in the chat, and I do want to point out to Greg, who is coming next. Greg, I hope that you've seen that question from Brian Looney, because that's going to be up to you to cover if at all possible. Emmy, we've got plenty of time for Q&A. I know that as you spoke, one of the things that came to my mind was you mentioned that with adaptive management, it can happen at the RIFS, it can happen at the record of decision, or even in the RAWP. And obviously for the Central Plateau, for the 200 ZP1 operable unit, they had a record of decision. So what was the biggest challenge in beginning this adaptive management process during the O&M phase?
So I would say for me, at least the biggest challenge was looking for the flexibilities. The ROD, to be honest, clearly said that we're going to build a pump and treat facility and it's going to meet these cleanup levels before that effluent can leave the pump and treat facility. And one of those was to clean up nitrate to the MCL, the maximum contaminant level. And in this optimization study, when we were looking, well, can nitrate be fully addressed by M&A? We're actually re-injecting nitrate at about 2 to 3 times the MCL, knowing that we're relying on a 100-year time frame for monitored natural attenuation that was identified in the ROD. And it took me a number of meetings, perhaps a number of years before I was willing, as the EPA representative on the team, to really consider, is this a viable option? Is this something we can do? But then when we saw with carbon tet just how much more mass we're dealing with, it's like we have to do something to reduce this contaminant. What's the lesser evil between the carbon tetrachloride and nitrate? well, let's consider it. And you'll notice we use the word suspend. So we haven't formally changed the remedy in the ZP1 ROD to say nitrate doesn't have to be treated. Our optimization plan says we're studying this. It's going to be an iterative process over about 5 to 7 years. And then once we have all the data that we need to support a potential change in the ROD, then we'll revisit whether or not we'll actually make that official final change in the remedy as far as no longer pumping and treating for nitrate. So I thought it was a good compromise. Let's study it. Let's get the right amount of data, and then we can make a decision when we have reduced the uncertainties for implementation of the remedy at the site. And I should mention the 200 West Pump and Treat facility. It's important to ZP1, but it's also going to be a very important component for all the other Central Plateau groundwater units. So decisions we do with optimization in ZP1, we have to be considerate of what's happening in the other OUs as well.
That is great foreshadowing for additional topics on this panel. We did get a question from Nick. Are there any data on nitrate natural attenuation in terms of rate and extent?
Well, I'll take that one. You know, I'm sorry. I mean, there is very little evidence that there is nitrate degradation. Sorry.
Is that the extent of your answer?
That's the extent of it.
Right. So I had that same question when we were engaging in these conversations between the regulatory agencies and Department of Energy. And are you sure we should be doing this for nitrate? And that's why we said, okay, let's study it for 5 to 7 years. How will nitrate that's re-injected at 2 to 3 times the MCL behave as it's re-injected to the aquifer? How will the plume change in size? Because that was my concern. Are we just going to be spreading nitrate everywhere and potentially increasing levels of it? So that's why we're doing the study. It's site specific to Hanford, but it will be very interesting to see how this nitrate behaves over the next 5 to 7 years.
Thank you, Emmy and Greg. Are there any other questions from the audience? I'm not seeing any come through the chat. All right, so when we move from adaptive management, and we then need to go into the evolution of the ZP1 pump and treat strategy. So as we've just heard, ZP1 was in the middle of having a record of decision. It was completing its remedy, and we've got this incredible pump and treat facility that has to treat a number of contaminants, not just the carbon tetrachloride. And so we at Hanford have to use some modeling and data collection to really assess our pump and treat strategy overall. So we have got Greg Ruskoff, the Vice President of Intera's Northwest Division, here to talk to us about the evolution of the pump and treat strategy. So Greg, I'm learning that when I give you control, I can't turn off my camera. So let me do that really quick, and then I'm going to go ahead and approve your control.
Okay, thank you. There we go. Of course, you know, haven't been given control. Here we are. So before we get started, you know, Brian Looney asked a really good question. Mark Burns gave him part of the answer. I think there's a little bit more that would be informative. And Emmy also brings up a good point about the optimization study plan that we'll take a little detour, okay, Megan, on. There's a great place where we could have a couple-minute discussion. And I'll warn my collaborator, Dr. Tonkin, that he's probably needs to be part of that discussion. So we're going to talk about the evolution, because I think the foreshadowing from Emmy and Kate, you know, says that clearly this plan that we had in place isn't quite working like we'd hoped. So it has changed. So we're going to touch on, excuse me, where we started in 2008, the record decision and initial design. Data has consequences. I'll just borrow that phrase, and how those consequences play out, we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the 2019 optimization study plan, which is kind of a big reset. Emmy emphasized that, and rightfully so. We're going to talk about kind of a changing design concept. I'm going to show you some prototype results and talk about what we want to do as we go forward. Excuse me here. So on the right, you'll see our big colorful carbon tetrachloride plume. Why is my crap? There we are. It is, this is in 2012. You'll notice that there's this line of injection wells on this side, a line of injection wells on this side with extraction in the center. The idea of these injection wells was to contain the plume from migrating this way to the Columbia River. And this line of wells is more about flushing, again, pumping in the center. For a scale, it's about 2 miles from this line of injection wells to this line of injection wells. So we surround the plume here with these injection wells. We extract from the center, and we flush about 1 pore volume in the 25-year design life that we originally had. There's about 100 years of monitored natural attenuation. And excuse me. So the system began operating in 2012. We did achieve the goals set forth in the ROD, that containment of that plume, the injection and the extraction wells created a zone of capture that hold the plume in place. We are reducing the mass quite nicely. The problem is not nicely enough, and we'll talk about that. But as we continue to collect data, and Mark Burns alluded to this, lo and behold, we found that there was more carbon tetrachloride at higher concentrations in both the aquifers, one called the Ringgold E, which is the water table aquifer, and the Ringgold A, which underlies it somewhat conformably. And on top of that, the abiotic decay rate, and the decay rate of carbon tetrachloride, I'll just say, is a complicated discussion, would be fascinating to have in its own sense, but we're just going to say here that we'd started out with 41 years based on some review of data that was not site-specific. But when we went and got site-specific data, we came back with something that was considerably 10 to 15 times slower, that is, than what was assumed in the remedy design. So we had hoped that, illustrated simply by this unit concentration curve, that we would get this much benefit over the life of the remedy from decay. So you can see that our 1 pore volume of flush of pump and treat, that's not a lot, but we were hoping to take that decay rate to the bank. Sadly, we're actually only going to get this much, maybe a factor of 10% reduction from decay. So that means that how do we make up the delta? Well, longer term pump and treat. I'm not going to show you the results, but I'll tell you that our initial calculations, and that led us to the next topic, suggested that this could be 50 or 60 years more pump and treat. In fact, that is to say, we need to flush more pore volumes because we get less benefit from decay. So by late 2018, early 2019, both the EPA and the DOE recognized that the situation had changed considerably in CP1 with respect to the carbon tetrachloride remedy, and that in order to make it work better, it was time to invoke this thing called an optimization study plan that Emmy has just talked to you eloquently about. And as an aside, I tell you, I really liked working on this plan. And there was a great deal of flexibility. As Emmy said, there was a lot of brainstorming about ways to address things, to make it better, to make the cleanup work better. It was a lot of fun. And maybe that's, it's not supposed to be fun, but it was fun because we had a bunch of very sharp and dedicated people working on it. But the plan's purpose officially is to generate information to evaluate potential remedy configuration modifications. And Emmy described some of those, so I'm not going to go into too much detail there, or virtually none. And the things that it includes was increasing capacity by 1,000 gallons a minute to about 3,000 gallons a minute, another air stripper, or more simply, treatment capacity for that flow rate, and some more aquifer characterization and hydraulic testing as the span of the operation appears to be getting bigger. Let me think here. Yeah, okay, that's all I'm gonna say on that. You know, the original plan back in 2008 was very reasonable based on the information that we had, but with there being more carbon tetrachloride and that it was in areas that were not especially well addressed, perhaps by the 2008 plan, simply because the conditions weren't thought to be as severe, and of course the much longer half-life. We adopted this approach, or decided to implement this approach in our analyses of smart or flexible management, adaptive management, and its new, more modern cousin, I'll call it enhanced groundwater recirculation. So the graph on the right illustrates the concept. It's taken from this EPA guidance document. And the idea is that if you just put a set of wells in the ground, even though they're perfectly fine starting design, that if you just leave them there, they'll have a certain performance, but over time it may behoove you to adjust the rates and or locations of those wells to address parts of the plume maybe that are cleaning up as well, or otherwise need more care and attention. Another concept that we've added into the mix in terms of our modeling and our thinking is this one from in 2015 by Suthan Sutherson and his colleagues, that is called directed groundwater recirculation. And the idea is sort of like a pump and treat and adaptive management, only stepped up a little bit. That that extraction and reinjection are considered, they are operated adaptively, goals in mind, and how can I put this, aggressively managed rather than passively managed. So their rule of optimization that we've adapted in trying to implement or test various designs as we go forward is to maximize contaminant recovery by focusing groundwater extraction from the highest concentrations while injecting clean water into the periphery. Now, clearly that's what we did in 2008. However, remember that the plume is 2 miles across, and it's roughly a mile from one injection line to one extraction line. And that takes about 15 to 20 years to move water at our current flow rates. So the pore volume flushing is really the emphasis of this directed groundwater recirculation. So while in principle, we started out well, with the decay rate changing, we actually need to intensify that flushing. And I'm going to tell you how, in at least one case, how we thought about how we might do this. So this is a calculation that we did last year, is one of many prototypes. We recognizing that we started with a solution that looks like an injection here with converging flow into the center, which broadly does mimic the rule of optimization of Sutherson et al. And just the whole idea of adaptive management, that after some time, after we'd shrunk the outer footprint some, we would move the wells inward towards the pumping center where the concentration's higher and where we're going to need a lot more pore volume flushing than we previously thought. We're also going to increase the flow rate. This is one of the things that's slated to be done under the optimization study plan, of approximately another 1,000 gallons a minute just for ZP1. So we would start out here, and then we'd move, just drawing this conceptually, move the wells inward, keeping the same flow rate, which of course means that we'll have more flux per area, higher velocity, more flushing. We'll start at the top, which is the Ringgold E, where currently all of the bulk of our infrastructure is, and then we'll move downward towards the end of it to the Ringgold A. So I'm going to flip through just the pattern that we use to implement that, but I want to make a couple comments here first. All these gray areas and crosshatched areas are old burial grounds and infrastructure. It's given Hanford's past, which isn't just its operational past, but people have lived here for thousands of years, and there are some unique ecological aspects in the area as well. Whenever you place a well, there's radiological, ecological, and cultural surveys, as well as the fact that some of these gray hatched areas, really, even though they're, these not so much, there are places where you simply cannot put a well. So it isn't in our mathematical land of modeling, you can place a well wherever it does you mathematically the best benefit, but in reality, of course, it can be proved a little more challenging. And as there's a lot of old infrastructure that is still hanging out, even though the site's been under cleanup now for a couple decades. It was a massive operation when it was in progress. So as I drive here, this is the pattern of injection, the downward triangles, and extraction wells in 2015. They're all black, solid black. In 2017, all the existing wells are now shown by these hollowed out with the dot. These two injection wells and this extraction well was added. And just as an aside, to come back to Kate's point about the many different plumes, this extraction well, whilst in the middle of a carbon tet plume, was actually added there for a uranium plume. So trying to manage, so it'll do both things, but trying to manage them all is something of a challenge. This is in 2019. All these are still existing. We added this one. And let me just also point out that the way that we optimized the well locations was a combination of an empirical algorithm that our collaborators at SS Papadopoulos wrote, and sort of eyeball expertise, if you will. Now, in 2021, these are wells slated to be drilled. I frankly don't remember if all of these injection wells were drilled, and they're, as we all know, 2020 was a less than stellar year, and it caused a variety of schedule issues here as well. So we'll just move on from that. In 2022, we had another well slated to be added out here. Now in 2031, it takes several years. Remember, the plume is 2 miles across, a mile from the injection, either injection ring roughly to the centroid of pumping. And in 2031, we make a big jump. We bring all this injection inward now. This all was out here. We keep this here, but all this injection that was basically on this road is now here, trying to bring it in tighter. We add extraction wells, and we actually added an extraction well here to address some chunks of the carbon tet plume that were not getting caught in the first part of our system. Likewise, this group here, an injection well here to help alleviate some stagnation, and some extraction out here. 2038, some minor tweaks here. 2042, we're almost done pumping in the Ringgold E, although we did add some down here. And there we go. So I only showed you one of the two aquifers. We stopped pumping in 2050 or 2052 in the Ringgold E, which is the uppermost aquifer that is more contaminated than the one that underlies it. And then we pump for another, I want to say 15 or so years in the aquifer that underlies. So this particular remedy took 91 billion gallons of water pumped to get to where we wanted to go. It required about 100 extra extraction and injection wells over the life of the remedy. It took 51 years of pump and treat, another 30 years, double essentially or more than was planned, but still with 71 years of M&A. And on top of it, it also requires a complete rebuild of that beautifully engineered pump and treat plant that Kate described to you, whose design life is actually until 2037. So you can see that the consequences of those uncertainties, which is where we're going to talk about next, has some serious performance ramifications for the plan. Now, this is where I'm going to stop. Well, I'm going to talk about this, and this is where I'm going to attempt to further address Brian Looney's question. So, we have realized uncertainty in the carbon tetrachloride extent, concentration, and its decay half-life, and that kind of hurt our plans. That is what it is. We have been working on a variety of products, us and, like I say, my collaborators, that's supported an uncertainty analysis, because while the carbon tetrachloride half-life, I think, we feel is pretty well known, the plume uncertainty, the plume condition or concentrations, there's still uncertainty. So what you see on the upper right are pure plume geostatistical representations for the Ringgold E. You can see where that the data has many things in common. You have this high concentration core, although there's some uncertainty really kicking in here. And we also have a flow model that we've done null space Monte Carlo uncertainty analysis on. The blue line is the calibrated results. The red dots here are the data, and these sort of light, I'm not sure what color to call those, light blue dash lines are about 100 different realizations of the flow model. Now, so actually, so coming back to Brian's question, these are somewhat independent at this point, but we do combine them to assess the goodness of the uncertainty, or the goodness of the representation of the geostatistical plumes. And something that I didn't really intend to talk about today, but I will here just briefly, is that we have an initiative underway, after now nearly 10 years of operation, to have a joint flow and transport, I hesitate to call it calibration, but let's just call it that, where because we know concentration trends, we know the mass that each extraction well is recovered, we know what we put back, that we would want to combine those two sets of data together, which does, or can at least, greatly reduce uncertainty. And this is where I'm going to talk to my friend Matt and see what he would like to say, if anything.
I think you're doing a wonderful job, Greg, explaining it all.
Okay, well, but so what Matt and his colleagues do, and we consume the product as well, is they take the calibrated model, they run these geostatistical plumes through it, and they assess the agreement with the data. And that says, okay, some of these plumes are, because again, it's just a statistical plume, it isn't conditioned by any hydrogeology. So that provides us a ranking or a goodness of fit, along with some uncertainty in that plume realization. Now, we would like to combine them, and we're actually going to see on the next slide, Brian. I think this maybe still, hopefully still, coming to your point now, coming back to the plume map, Mark is absolutely right. Now those plume maps are somewhat, they're, I hesitate, they are a depiction. And yeah, you're right, they're on that one edge, particularly the west edge, you can see the plume shrinking. But unfortunately, as Mark points out, we had a whole series of wells where it seemed like every time we drilled a well, the plume became larger and more concentrated. But that's the way things go. There we go. So what we did here, harkening back to 1990 and the ideas of risk cost benefit framework, we did this prototype calculation where we said, well, gee, let's combine some flow. We picked 4 different flow models and 4 different plumes. Let's just do the simple 4x4 matrix or for 16 simulations that assesses flow model and plume uncertainty and see how it impacts that remedy design that I just showed you. We do use a kind of a simplified metric, this UCL 95 plume concentration for the case for our best estimate flow model, best estimate plume. This is the black line. You know, we get it, you know, crossing below the MCL here, and we call this a success when the curve does not get very close to the line or just touches the line. Well, if it just touches the line, that still could be a success. These are not successes. So like I say, this is a more classic approach that I think of it. You know, this is something that when I think of the technology of the day, I think of the mid to late 90s, rather than, you know, trying to jointly calibrate and do uncertainty analysis on the two different types of data. But that's where we'd like to go. So the blue lines reflect plumes. The different line types within each category reflect flow models. You can see that the plumes for this particular aquifer are more important than the flow model uncertainty. And there's a whole fascinating discussion that we could have about that, but we're not going to. There we go. So what we wound up doing, because the flow model uncertainty didn't really matter, we went back to the to our design. Said, well, how did it perform? In some cases, it didn't perform that well, and we re-optimized it for each case. So we can see this is, and one of the cases that actually didn't work too well. This is our base year, but some of the plumes, the red plume was down here, the yellow and the green lines put us up here. So this uncertainty, the plume uncertainty, can have a large impact on our system performance still. And part of the optimization study plan is characterizing the plume further. And I'm not sure if I answered Brian's question, but that we can still speak about it, I think. Our modeling now shows, you know, adaptive management really is the way to go. You must do something. You can't simply wait. You know, if it takes 15 years to get from the injection rim to the center for one pore volume, now that we don't get much decay, we need many pore volumes. That's just not going to work. But there's a lot of equipment needs to go in the ground, and things need to get modified. We're going to need, you know, as Emmy says, we're in this process. We're going to be doing more analysis as the years go by, as the data comes through. Nitrate, for instance, we quit treating it. It is now starting to show up in monitoring wells at the periphery of the network. We want to understand how that looks, what that behavior is. And finally, the results, the work we've done so far shows that you really got to consider this uncertainty. The goals of the project, which of course is the record of decision, and the modifications as a package. Simply doing any single one by itself won't help leverage the decisions for the other. And with that, I thank you for your time. I think I need to go to the next slide and say, I hope I addressed Brian's question, because that's a really great question. Megan?
Hey, Greg, Megan can't respond until you relinquish control.
Okay. There we go. I thought that may have been the case. And I know that she tried to train me, but you know, you get what you get.
Thank you, Greg. You're right. I was here telling you, please give me back control, and then I can come off mute.
I know.
So
sorry about that.
That's okay. So Brian does say he's generally okay. He has some thoughts and suggestions, but that the work that you are doing represents progress in conceptualization, more realistic timeframes, and future levels of effort that may be needed. And Brian, I just want to point out that, you know, we start with Kate's kind of geographically where we're at. And one of the things that she talked about is, you know, many operable units. And one of the things I think it's important to point out is when we talk about the tri-parties at Hanford, there's the Department of Energy, and then there's the Environmental Protection Agency, and we also have the Washington State Department of Ecology. And so those tri-parties have to work together to make the cleanup decisions. And when we come back after break, Naomi Jaschke is going to be talking about the 200 BP5 and PO1 operable units, which are ecology led. So when we talk about adaptive management, Emmy, there might be some questions regarding state acceptance of that. So we then, you know, roll into Greg's presentation about what is the data and information telling us now. So we implemented a remedy back in 2008. We've been getting information, we've been pumping and treating. And so the last point you make is environmental work is an order of magnitude business, and what we're seeing in your data, our remediation timeframes are going to be hundreds of years, despite the optimistic black line best estimate. And I think you're kind of making the point that I'm hearing, and that's that the problem is large at the Central Plateau, and that carbon tetrachloride plume is large. And we're still learning more information. And what's great is that we do have that adaptive management flexibility to really be looking at our decisions. Are there any other questions for Greg? I'm not seeing anything come in the chat. All right, so now we get to listen to Dr. Matt Tonkin, who's the senior hydrologist, hydrogeologist, and president of SS Papadopoulos and Associates. And although we aren't going to get to see Mr. Mashur Chowdhury, he did have a lot to do with these slides that Matt's about to present. And so he's the silent contributor that we're not going to see, but he certainly had a lot to do with this. So with that, Matt, I am going to approve your screen sharing request. So I'm going to go off camera and unmute myself. Please remember to give me back my control.
And if I don't, Sarah, you will remind me, I think. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Very happy to be here. And let's just make sure that I have control here to proceed. Excellent. Great. Thank you. Yes. So I'd want to make a shout out to my colleague, Mashur Chowdhury, who helped me put together these slides and actually was instrumental in a lot of the work that I'm going to present to you over the next few minutes. So again, thank you for having me here, and welcome to everybody all over the planet, it sounds like. So I'm going to speak about a monitoring network analysis that was performed just last year. It started in about mid-2020 and went through to actually just sort of a few weeks or so ago. And really the purpose of this monitoring network evaluation was to make sure that we have a monitoring network that meets the needs of the 200 West remediation program. Remember, we have the Hanford Central Plateau, and that's split into west and east parts. 200 West is where the ZP1 remedy occupies a large part of that 200 West area. So the monitoring network evaluation is focused on ZP1. It considers other adjacent groundwater operable units. And the idea is guide the space-time evolution of the monitoring program and the monitoring network and associated programs to meet the needs over the remedy life cycle. So it's not just a near-term analysis. A real core objective here is to enable remedy decisions to be data-driven. We really do want decisions to be based on data and not so much on modeling. But as has been pointed out there by Brian and others, this is going to be a very, very long-term remedy operation, and the monitoring is going to be long-term. So we've got to use modeling to predict where we think things may be in the future and plan accordingly. One goal is refined knowledge of current and projected plume extents to avoid surprises. And as I think Greg and Emmy already identified, we've had some unpleasant surprises here. We'd like to minimize the likelihood of those coming up again. And a secondary goal is to obtain data over the life cycle of the remedy to support optimization. Greg gave a good great presentation there on optimization. You do need data in order to tell you, to guide your optimization and then tell you whether it's working. So there are lots of guidance documents out there on various aspects of long-term monitoring, and I'm really only going to point to one in the end, which is an EPA document, Roadmap to Long-Term Monitoring Optimization, and it provides a nice flow chart, which I've included to the right here, on about when you want to be looking at optimizing your monitoring network and at how you go about it. And I highlighted a little part here in the orange box. Just the two words I really want everyone to notice here is qualitative and quantitative. There's always a desire to, write an algorithm that can take care of these things for you on the weekend, but it doesn't quite work out that way. And although we do use a lot of modeling tools, as you'll see in this network design, there is definitely a qualitative aspect to it. And that means that really your results are conditional on some decisions you make. And I will explain how that works in the actual implementation. So there are lots of monitoring network evaluation and optimization tools out there. I've just listed a few here. In bold is the common name of the tool, and then a brief description. And I'm not going to go through all of them, but what I want to highlight is at the bottom down here. Most of these are tools, so they're codes, they're programs. They do certain things for you, usually based on geostatistics and time series analysis. But the bottom bullet here emphasizes something called three-tiered monitoring optimization by Nobel and Anthony back in 2004. And it's really an approach. It's not a tool. It's more of a workflow and a process for evaluating networks that enables you to bring in qualitative and quantitative elements to your analysis. And so it's different to the above. It's not a tool, it's an approach, and that's really what we followed. So big list of tools. Why didn't we just grab one of them and use them? Well, at times we did. We've used all of the foregoing tools, and they all have a lot of capability. The problem is, as we saw here for the Hanford site, we've got some very site-specific considerations, and these tools don't really directly address those considerations. And here's just a subset of those site-specific considerations. First, it's a very complicated 3D distribution of contaminants, multiple constituents, and that was presented before in the foregoing slideshow. So lots of plumes, very different distributions, and very three-dimensional. Initially, the remedy is designed in the early time frame, at least, to pull out a lot of mass. And it's been demonstrated that at least in the early time frame of pump and treat remedy optimization, mass recovery is very strongly correlated with achieving your ultimate goals. If you're going for cleanup, as the remedy life cycle gets older, you get deeper into the remedy, you have to adjust that. But early on, the goal is get out a lot of mass. The probable presence and consequences of continuing sources. Now, this was raised by Dawn Wellman, that there are suspected and actual continuing sources of contamination here, and depending on their strength and duration, that could really drive the cleanup time for this operable unit. So we've got to consider that. Consideration of the future transport and fate of contaminants as they migrate. Greg mentioned that we have hydraulic control ostensibly around this contamination, but that doesn't mean it isn't going to move. So where a well may be in a good spot now, it may not be in a few years. And then lastly, balancing delineation of the margins of the plume from the core. At different times in the remedy life, you need to know different things about the plume. Early on, you probably want to flush quickly, and so knowing about the core is really important. Later on, you want to know where the edges are and make sure that you're achieving your goals. So some sort of conflicting goals in a way. So what did we do differently in 2021? Well, we tried to rise to the occasion and meet all of these unique elements. So it's a fully 3D analysis. The analysis was conducted over the full saturated thickness out there, both above and below that confining unit that Emmy presented. Simultaneous evaluation of potential redundancies. We have a pretty big monitoring network, so there's some potential that we don't need to monitor at all of those locations if they're not giving us added value, but also looking at gaps and considering current and future monitoring needs. Inclusion of predictive modeling for our future well network design. As I say, the plume is moving, and in some places we don't have a great deal of monitoring at the moment, and it's not really needed right at the moment for our current near-term goals, but in the long term we'll need it. Inclusion of continuing sources, and then inclusion of some conflicting metrics that are used to score potential data gaps based on alternate monitoring priorities. And this goes to the adaptive management that both Emmy and Greg talked about. At various different times, we have different things we want to get out of the monitoring network. So it can't stay static. And just like Greg said, where we need to be dynamic with our pumping, we need to be dynamic in the way we think about our monitoring as well. Okay, lots of contaminants, I mentioned that. The primary contaminants of concern that sort of scored the highest in developing the monitoring network are carbon tetrachloride, which we've heard a lot about today, but also hexavalent chromium and technetium. But we also considered the other COCs and COPCs as well, and those are listed below. So we're looking at about 8 or 9 different contaminants that we're trying to monitor for, and as I think Emmy said earlier, they're spread in very different areas. They have different extents, 2-dimensionally and 3-dimensionally. So they each have their own monitoring needs. So let's talk about the redundancy analysis and the main elements. Okay, so with the redundancy analysis, we're looking at our current monitoring network and saying which locations could we monitor less or perhaps not even monitor at all, okay? There are lots of different monitoring programs out there, and I will list those on the next slideshow. But the redundancy analysis, I would say, was fairly traditional in some sense, the way we did that. Traditional single point cross-validation. So essentially, you Krieg a plume, and then you re-estimate the value that you would get at that monitoring well if you took it out of the input data set. So that's just estimating concentration. A little bit of a nuance on that we played was, again, focusing on mass, because understanding the distribution of mass and where we need to flush, like Greg said, is really critical here. So we did a 3-dimensional mass-based cross-validation. So it's an iterative 3-dimensional Kriegging analysis where we Krieg the plume, estimate the mass of the plume, or back calculate it from that 3D distribution. Then we take out each monitoring well in sequence and re-estimate the mass of the plume. So because sometimes a small change in your estimated concentration can make a big change in your mass, and vice versa. And I've got a slide that I'll illustrate that in a moment. So that's really it. They're just 2 different cross-validation methods. And then we combine the results from those analyses using by normalizing and then sort of ranking the wells accordingly. So, and I'll explain that in a later slide. So maybe not that exciting on the redundancy analysis, but we incorporated mass, which is a little bit of a novel approach. And we looked over all the monitoring programs that go out in the 2 West area. So this includes the ZP1 and UP1 performance monitoring plans, the AEA, Atomic Energy Act monitoring, and also there's monitoring under CERCLA and also under the RECRA programs as well. There's State Department of Health monitoring programs, and then other Washington state programs. So the way this probably looks like a lot of sampling, and indeed there's a huge amount of sampling that goes on at Hanford. I don't think that can be underestimated. It's a huge sampling program. And so there are some sampling scheduling worksheets that are put together that integrate all of these different monitoring programs to make sure that the crews go out and obtain the right samples from the right wells at the right time. So essentially, we dug into those sampling schedule worksheets and lifted out all the wells and their sampling frequencies for all the different constituents as a basis for this redundancy analysis. So that's the redundancy analysis. So we're looking at existing wells sampled on a certain frequency for certain constituents. Is any of that not really needed? Okay. So now we go on to the data gap analysis. So really what we're saying is, are there any gaps primarily spatially, but also in time in our existing monitoring network? This also starts out to be a little bit traditional. The first couple aspects of looking at the data gaps are things you will have seen many, many times. So just the proximity to existing neighboring monitoring wells. As Greg said, this is about 4 or 5 or 6 square miles, this plume. So there is plenty of space between some monitoring wells. So just proximity is a simple measure. Proximity to existing extraction wells, because we use changes in concentrations in monitoring wells to help infer how our pore volume flushing is going. So that's very important. So these two are, pretty traditional elements of a data gap study. Now get the more unique, let's say, or novel elements, possible continuing sources. So proximity to possible continuing sources, and I'll speak through that in a moment. Concentrations predict over time with fate and transport modeling, and Greg talked about some of the optimization work and the use of the plateau to river model that Greg and his group at Intera developed. We used that model to predict out where contamination may go, and then looked at those predictions as another weighting factor. A couple sort of statistical terms here, but the conditional variance from multiple indicator kriging, and we have an acronym there, just MIKCV. So what Greg showed in the previous presentation was that we've done lots of different plume realizations, probably hundreds, and then we looked at the conditional variance from those realizations to see where is our estimate potentially very largely wrong? Where do we have a lot of uncertainty? And then we also looked at the coefficient of variation from that same indicator kriging. So there we sort of normalized our estimate error, if you will, by the estimate value to try and understand, okay, we may be off by a lot, but if we know we're in a very high concentration area, maybe it doesn't matter that we're off by a lot. But if we're off by a lot on the edges, that could be really important. So again, 6 main elements here, and I'll show you that we form one big equation out of all of this. The first 2 elements I'm not going to speak about anymore, and then I've got one slide on each of elements 3 through 6 in a moment that I'll speak about. So we make a big grid. The red line here is the outer bounding contour for the carbon tetrachloride at a concentration of 3.4, which is the target cleanup level. And every one of these little orange dots is a potential candidate well location on a grid that's larger than our current extent and also extends a bit down gradient. Down gradient is to the right. Now, I said the analysis is fully 3-dimensional, and it is. It's conducted over a lot of different layers, but in the end, in order to compute statistics for where we think there are data gaps, we broke it down into 2 vertical intervals. One is, so at every one of these locations, we compute a score, which is sort of the relative data gap worthiness, if you will. We compute a score for wells that are in the upper unconfined and middle unconfined aquifer, and for wells that are in the lower unconfined aquifer. So I think Emmy showed a very nice cross section earlier, which showed the plume sitting both above and below this Ringgold lower mud unit. So the idea here is the analysis is done in 3D. We do scoring for above and below, but then when we go out in the field, if we identify a location and we say, let's drill over here, this is a high score location above the mud, what will happen is vertical characterization at the time the well is drilled will determine ultimately where the well screen or screens will go. So analysis is 3D, but we condense the results into 2 sort of vertical slices, if you will. Okay, so that's a long, slow transition. Watch that go through. There we go. Okay, so first let's talk about factor 3, which is continuing sources. Okay, so this was raised a little earlier by Dawn Wellman, but we have knowledge of probable continuing sources at some of the tank farms here. And if you have a continuing source and it's pretty substantial and going to be there for a long duration, then that may end up dictating your cleanup time. If you're not able to do something about that in the vadose zone, a very deep vadose zone here, it may be that you need to operate pump and treat there for a very long time just locally. Well, how do we determine that? Well, we need a monitoring network that tells us about the persistence of those sources. So what we did was we used the P2R model, which Greg and his group at Intera developed. We released particles from a number of potential suspected continuing source locations, and we just track the center line of the particle, and then we construct this sort of ellipse around it, if you will. So here's an example. This would be a particle release, and the particle migrates out in this direction, and the blue is just a very simple sort of, it's a caricature, if you will, of a plume, but we construct this flow through zone, and then we have a grid within the flow through zone, and we score the location of a potential well within that flow through zone for that particular constituent for that particular source. And then we have to accumulate this scoring. So of course, one monitoring well location could potentially be a great spot for monitoring several potential continuing sources. Okay, so it's a little bit convoluted, but we have a lot of different potential continuing sources here that we need to bear in mind. Okay, factor 4 was the predictive modeling, and this is a little bit novel, and I have a very, very brief animation here of the transport model, make sure it's a good plume. But what I'm going to do is just show you how the plume changes over time. Okay, it just takes a few seconds to run. I'm hoping it runs okay for everyone. And it runs out about 15 years. It'll run out to about 2029. And it goes awfully quickly in the late time here. Okay, so, and there we are. This is the final picture sort of after the M&A, right at the end. But what I want us to focus on is over the next sort of 15 years or so. So taking us out through to the end of this OSP period, this optimization study period that Greg was talking about, we see how the plume changes. Okay, so in region 1, this is the plume in 2015, this is the plume in 2029, and I've just sort of drawn in schematically 3 regions, and they're the same regions, but just over different time snaps of the plume. So you see in region 1, the footprint is about the same in 2015 to 2029, but the concentrations change a lot and they drop, they primarily drop. So in this area, we need enough coverage to be able to see those dropping concentrations to make sure we're monitoring for that. In region 2, you can see that the footprint expands. Here, there's only a little bit of footprint and it's at low concentrations. Here, the footprint gets much larger and the concentrations increase. So we'd need some monitoring there to make sure that we're checking for that and have the wells in, but we don't need them yet. We've got some time before those go in. And then in this particular scenario, and this is a base case, this is not an optimized remedy. This is just a base case scenario with the remedy operating as it is at the moment. Out here in region 3, there's no contamination at the moment, but in, given sufficient time with the remedy operating like it is now, so not optimized, their contamination would arrive there and we would need to monitor for that. Again, we don't need to monitor for that now. We've got some time and the remedy is going to be optimized in order to expand capacity and essentially stop this from occurring. But we need our monitoring in place to make sure we're successful. So that's how the predictive modeling gets incorporated. Now, factors 5 and 6, this is a little bit weedy for those who enjoy kriging and geostatistics, but I just want to point out that these are 2 conflicting statistics, if you will, and I'm going to explain why we incorporated both of them. So factor 5 is a conditional variance, and it's calculated from the indicator kriging, and it's essentially just saying, okay, I have an uncertainty in my estimate when I try to krig this thing, and if I divide that by my cleanup level, then it sort of gives me a normalized estimate throughout the plume of how badly I may be in error in estimating the extent of contamination. So this usually gives you a high statistic in low data density areas, and particularly where there are likely to be high concentrations. So it sort of says there's a data gap here, there's not many locations, and if the statistics is right, it could be a hotspot. So that's what that statistic gives you. The second one is a sort of the flip side of the coin, okay? The first one really identifies where your plume mass may be, your hotspots, very important to early remedy operations. The second one, we scale the conditional variance by the prediction, so by the actual kriging estimate itself. So here, you usually get a high statistic where there's, again, very limited data. Of course, that's always going to be, a data gap in some sense if there's a big gap. But it ends up being more important where there's little evidence for substantial mass. That's the lower concentrations, okay? So you have a fairly big estimate of the error, but if you divide that by a very large number, we know it's already high concentration, maybe I don't care. If it's 5,000 or 7,000, I don't care, because 2,000 is the difference. But if I'm looking at the margins of the plume and it could be 5 or it could be 500, that's a really important thing to know. So this statistic identifies plume margins. Where might the edge of the plume be where I would need to put a well to convince myself of that? Okay, so there's the equation. Had to have an equation. I won't go through it too much. The only thing I want to say is there are 6 terms. We went through all the different 6 factors that are considered. And the first 2 terms are just generic proximity measures. And any of the programs we talked about earlier, publicly available programs, they can do those measures for you, and they can do other measures as well. The last 4 terms are the ones that we came up with to try and help develop the monitoring network specific to what Hanford needs for 2 West for 200 ZP1. Continuing sources, exceedances of a cleanup level over time into the future, and then core versus margins of the plume. So a little bit novel. Now, this is where we get into sort of the dynamic and interesting part of it. Any high total score, if you sum up all 6 of these statistics, any high total score is a candidate for well installation. So you can make a map and say, these are good locations because it scored highly across all 6 statistics. But we can also group the metrics reflecting different sort of monitoring priorities we may have sort of early, mid, and late in the life cycle of the remedy. So our general indicators, the first 2, they're just distance indicators. Indicators of relative persistence of contamination. So we can get our remedy in place, but if some contaminants are going to persist longer than others, they may be the tail that wags the dog on cleanup time. So we want to know about those. For carbon tet, that would be the predictive modeling statistic, because we don't have any knowledge or suspicion of continuing sources for carbon tet. But for hex, chromium, and technetium, then these CS statistics, the continuing source statistics, they become very important. So we want to make sure we're monitoring for potential continuing sources. For regions of probable elevated plume mass, if that's your goal, then you need to weight that statistic higher, and that's the conditional variance from your kriging. But if you want to know about the lateral plume extents, you want to make sure you've delineated the plume and that you're getting hydraulic containment, well, then you need to look at the covariance, the scaled covariance for, from your kriging estimates again, and put monitoring wells there. So the nice thing about this is we can look at the monitoring network from all of these perspectives, and we can either substitute or downweight different statistics and make different maps. So I'm just going to give 2 quick examples because I know I'm getting pretty close on time. First, mass-based cross-validation. So what is this? Well, we had about 130 wells, and we went through this iterative re-kriging of the plume. So we had to, make about 100 plumes just going through and taking out these wells. And what you see is, for many wells, they only make a small difference to actually the estimate of the mass of the plume. Many of them have got another well nearby, so when you suppress the well you're interested in, the plume mass doesn't change that much. But some wells can change the mass up or down by as much as 20, 30, 40, 50%. Those are really key wells. So these wells would score very highly in terms of you've got to retain them, and these wells would score very low and are, candidates for redundancy. And there's quite a lot of them. But they may be wells that delineate the extent of contamination, so you've got to look at that metric. Okay, we can't forget that metric. And then this is just an example of a map and how we make the results for the map. So remember, it was a grid. So we get a score at every location, and then we just krig up that grid of scores for every candidate well location. And this is one example. This is one particular weighting of the results. And what you'll see is that red is hot. That means this is a good location for putting in a new well. And you'll see that here, these are all potential continuing source locations. And in this particular weighting, what we were looking at is if our interest is in identifying and monitoring for continuing sources, where are our data gaps? And this is a scoring that has all the metrics in, but emphasizes continuing sources. Okay, so by having these different factors, we can combine them in very, very many different ways to look at how we would develop the monitoring network with that in mind. Okay, so in summary, There's great public tools out there, but they're not customized for site-specific applications, and so they tend to just give you generic results. The 3TMO, it's a strategy, it's not a tool, and so it enables you to bring together different methods and tools in your analysis. And then lastly, I think the key thing is we laid out the scoring. Everything is transparent. We have 6 different metrics. This is how it's done. This is how it's calculated. If you add it up and get one score, you'll get a base result, and that's fine. But if you want to see how robust your choices would be under different priorities for monitoring, you can adjust those elements, maybe take some of those elements out and say, is this location always a good monitoring location, or is it only driven by one consideration, like continuing sources, for example? So anyway, that was a lot of material. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much for having me, and I will pass back to Megan.
Wow, Matt, that was super cool. That's like adaptive management. Emmy was talking about how you can do it at different parts of the decision-making process. And it's like you developed a tool set to look the monitoring network specifically to figure out how you can optimize. We did get a question in the chat. Have you considered geophysical methods, maybe geoelectrical, ERT, IP, EM, for detecting, monitoring the contamination change?
So I would say absolutely yes. And although I've dabbled a bit in geophysics, there are much stronger true geophysicists at PNNL who we've been collaborating with on some elements of that. And there are sites where they are doing some EM and other work at the moment to, I think, test the field scale applicability of those technologies, both for monitoring, but also for identifying, again, the monitoring program, how to improve the monitoring program. So I've been fortunate to be involved a little bit with PNNL's work on that. Yes.
Thank you. So, oh, and Mark also gives some more information to you in the chat for an answer to that question.
Great
so,
answer. Yeah.
It's 8:45. This is break time, and I'm kind of bummed. I know we all need a break, but I feel like we're starting to really, build up this notion that the complexities of the Central Plateau groundwater cleanup effort, they are many and varied. So when we come back from the break, we're going to talk about the 200 East and what that adds to the overall picture there, and what then the deep Vado zone brings to the picture. And then finally, Mark Burns will bring it home for us in terms of how do we make these integrated decisions with so much complexity. So with that, we're going to go ahead and take a break for the next 15 minutes. Actually 14, because I just talked too long and I just took a minute of your break. But we are going to go ahead and take a pause here and come back at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. I'm going to assume that folks are back from the break and go ahead and get started. Our next presenter is Naomi Jaschke. She serves as a supervisory physical scientist for the U.S. Department of Energy in the Soil and Groundwater Division. And she is going to talk to us about how DOE also has to look at the 200 East groundwater contaminants and how that feeds into the 200 West pump and treat. So with that, Naomi, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you.
Thank you. Making sure I have use of the mouse. Okay. So good morning, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed your break, but more importantly, I hope that you have returned from the break as the fun is just beginning. I'm Naomi Jaschke, as Megan said, and I've been working at Hanford for the last 14 years. And I'm excited to be here today and talk to you about the treatment expansion into the 200 East area of the Hanford site. Okay, so as an overview, I'll introduce you to the 200 East area. the operable units, and the contaminants of concern. And then we'll go over the previous cleanup decisions in the area, and I'll share with you the interim remedy that was just signed at the end of September, what that entails. And then I will discuss how that interim remedy will involve expansion of the 200 West Pump and Treat facility and go over those next steps of implementing that remedy. And then I'll provide some key takeaways and attempt to answer any questions that you may have. So the 200 East area is located in the Central Plateau, which is the center of the site, and it encompasses 2 operable units, 200 BP5 to the north and 200 PO1. Sorry, change my cursor to work. 200 BP5 to the north and 200 PO1 to the south. And as we've talked about this morning, we focused a lot on the 200 East area, which is 200 West area, which is west of the 200 East area. And as Kate touched on a little bit this morning, the 200 BP5 and the 200 PO1 operable unit groundwater contamination has resulted largely from releases during Hanford site operations, including the disposal of processed liquid waste generated by uranium and plutonium recovery process in the 200 East area. The 200 BP5 groundwater contamination is mainly associated with the B plant chemical separations facility, while the 200 PO1 groundwater contamination is mainly associated with the plutonium uranium extraction, or what we call Purex plant chemical separations facility. So in the past, as effluents were intentionally discharged to engineered structures and unintentionally discharged through unplanned releases and leaks from underground storage tanks, more mobile contaminants migrated through the Vado zone to the groundwater, and less mobile contaminants and residual contamination remain in that Vado zone soil. So while there are no intentional liquid waste discharges currently to the ground above these OUs, there is still contaminant migration to the groundwater from the sources of contamination that's deep in that deep Vado zone. So here we see the groundwater contamination plumes that are exceeding the drinking water standards in the 200 East area. Groundwater is contaminated with uranium and technetium-99, which are the contaminants of concern for the interim action that I'll be discussing in a few slides. The interim action targeted these constituents due to their high mobility. Other co-located contaminants include cyanide, iodine-129, nitrate, strontium-90, and tritium. The greatest concentration of uranium is here in the B complex plume area. Technetium-99 groundwater plumes exceeding the drinking water standards also occur in the B complex area, as well as north in the Scable Gap plume area, and then south under the C farm and extending into the A and AX farm in PO1. The B complex plume area and the C and AAX farm plume area have continuing sources of contamination from that overlying soil. The uranium and technetium in these plumes are mobile, and the contamination is expanding down gradient from the source. So the plumes are moving with the groundwater gradient to the southeast, as you can kind of see the movement here. So this is the same figure as the last slide, but I've added a black box that shows where the previous cleanup decisions have been focused here in the B complex area. And just for reference, in a few slides, I'll be talking about the interim record of decision, and that encompasses the B complex area as well as the C and AX farm area, which is in the yellow box. So back to the previous cleanup decision shown in the black box, the decision targeted the high mobility COCs of uranium and technetium-99, and the action targeted those concentrations for technetium-99 greater than 9,000 picocuries per liter, and uranium concentrations greater than 300 micrograms per liter, which is another way of saying that it targeted concentrations exceeding 10 times the drinking water standard for those constituents. So a treatability test was completed from 2015 to 2016, and a subsequent removal action that began in 2016 and is still operating today in the B complex area. This removal action has helped reduce the extent and concentration of the B complex technetium-99 and uranium plumes, which we'll go over in the next slide. So these figures show the progress as a result of that removal action that was started in 2016. The removal action consisted of 2 wells in the B complex area. And this is a different map, but this is the B complex area right here. The goal of this removal action was to prevent the migration of technetium-99 and uranium plumes from the area until either the performance goal was achieved or a remedial action was in place, establishing cleanup areas for the operable units. These figures compare the size of the 2015 and 2020 plumes and show the 2015 through 2020 concentration trends at wells sampled with a frequency of yearly or less. So in the upper right trend plot, well, first, let me explain the trend. So you see the outline of the blue here, that's the 2015 plume. And then the plume that is filled in is the 2020 plume. So you're looking at technetium-99 on this first map. And then you're looking at the uranium plume on the second map. And again, the outline is the 2015 plume extent. And then the shaded in blue is the 2020 plume extent there. So you can see the reduction. So in the upper right trend plot, you can see that the uranium concentrations are falling below the removal action goal, which is that red dashed line here, but they're not below the interim remedy goal, which is the solid line here. And so that's the purpose of continuing remediation in this area. So while we are seeing progress, we're not exactly where we need to be yet. So an interim record of decision for BP5 and PO1 was signed by the U.S. Department of Energy, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, and the Washington State Department of Ecology in September of 2021. This interim action is similar to removal action as it addresses 2 expanding contaminant groundwater plumes, technetium-99 and uranium in the B complex area, but expands treatment into the C and AX farm areas. And you can see that in the map here. We have the B complex plume shown here with the uranium and the technetium-99. And then you can see the technetium-99 plumes at the C and AX farm areas. So these uranium and technetium-99 plumes warrant near-term interim action because the plumes are large and they exhibit relatively high concentrations compared to the drinking water standard. And as we discussed in the earlier slide, the B complex plume area and the C and AX farm plume areas are mobile and the plumes are expanding down gradient of those sources. The aquifer and the target plume areas is highly transmissive. So the targeted contaminant plumes are conducive to remediation by pump and treat, as we've shown through the treatability test and the removal action that's currently ongoing. The selected interim alternative also includes extracting and treating the contaminated groundwater at the 200 West pump and treat facility. The groundwater extraction and treatment component will consist of a network of groundwater extraction wells, conveyance lines, transfer pump stations, and the use of the existing facility as mentioned. This remedy incorporates and will replace the removal action of the 2 wells that's ongoing at B complex. So waste sites and associated beta zone contamination overlying the BP5 and PO1 OUs will be addressed in separate remedial actions. Characterization of the overlying waste sites is not currently adequate to predict migration of the contamination into the groundwater for most of the portions of the 2 groundwater operable units. And that's part of the reason why we did an interim remedy for these 2 operable units to allow time for additional source characterization to happen before we came to a final cleanup decision for the groundwater remediation below. And so the interim action was mainly to give time for that and to prevent further COC plume migration out of that target remediation area in the meantime. So since we'll be utilizing the 200 West pump treat facility, the system will need to be expanded to handle the increased flows and contaminant concentrations. So here's a schematic of the facility. To the right, you see these pink shapes here, purple. So this is the radiological treatment facility, and that's what we'll be focusing our discussion on since we'll be looking at increasing the treatment capacity for technetium and uranium. So while the specific modifications are still in progress, I thought I'd give a brief overview of the expected modifications. So here you can see that we have an influent tank. We have an ion exchange column for the removal of uranium. We have another influent tank and then an ion exchange column for the removal of technetium-99, and it also removes some iodine-129. So with the modifications, we will be adding a new influent tank, and we will be adding 2 ion exchange vessels, one for the removal of technetium-99 and one for the removal of uranium, and that's to meet the 200 BP5 and the 200 PO1 selected interim remedy treatment requirements. So to get those down to the cleanup levels we need. So outside of the pump and treat facility, modifications include an increase to the capacity of the B complex transfer tank that's currently in 200 East area that we're using for the removal action. And then extraction wells will be designed, installed, and operated to remove contaminated groundwater from the aquifer and to reduce or prevent that plume migration. And then we'll be putting the above ground piping to convey the groundwater from the extracted wells to the 200 West pump treat facility. So the next steps of that remedy. So following the recent approval of the interim record of decision, includes the development of a remedial design, remedial action work plan. This document will provide a more detailed modeling to influence the number and location of the wells needed for the remedy. And then designs for the transfer lines and the new extraction wells will be completed, and the new extraction wells will be drilled and connected to the plant. Meanwhile, other documents to support the decision will be revised and updated. And while those documents are to be completed, modifications that I discussed in the last slide for the 200 West pump treat facility will be completed. So the system will be ready to accept the new contaminated groundwater flows. And then as needed, monitoring wells will be drilled, and we're going to evaluate that remedy performance. So while the remedy is operational, DOE will continue to investigate the sources and the plumes to inform further response actions and a final future remedy for the contaminated plumes and the 2 operable units. So we'll be monitoring those COPCs, and that will determine if additional contaminants are impacting the groundwater. And then also the 200 West pump treat will be optimized using that adaptive management process that Emmy talked about as we move forward. Okay, so key takeaways. So the interim record of decision for BP5 and PO1 was signed by DOE, EPA, and Ecology in September. The interim action is to address the 2 mobile expanding groundwater plumes of technetium-99 and uranium in the B complex in the C and under the C and AAX farms in 200 BP5 and 200 PO1 in the East area. 200 West pump treat facility will be expanded to process the increased flows and contaminant concentrations. Monitoring wells will evaluate remedy performance, and pump and treat will be optimized using the adaptive management process. And then additional source contamination will be completed before a future final decision for groundwater remediation can be selected. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Megan if you have any questions.
Thank you, Naomi. So as you were going through that, you mentioned 2 contaminants specifically for BP5 and PO1, but I know we've seen some plume maps that have some other contaminants. What's happening with those other Hanford contaminants in the 200 East area?
Well, the cleanup of the co-contaminants is not the objective of the interim action. The co-contaminants in the target remediation areas will be partially captured along with the uranium and technetium-99. And so the cyanide, iodine-129, nitrate, strontium-90, and tritium that are in those areas and in that capture zone will be extracted and will be sent to 200 West pump treat facility. And then prior to re-injection, the combined effluent will need to meet the current effluent quality requirements of the 200 West pump treat. So some of those will be treated as they go through the plant.
Okay, thanks. I'm not seeing any other questions in the chat for Naomi. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the next presenter, Sarah Springer. She's the Risk Modeling, Characterization, and Integration Manager for Central Plateau Cleanup Company, CPC Co. And she's going to be talking about the challenge of the deep Vado zone contamination. So Naomi just talked about how it was an interim record of decision for 200 BP5 PO1, so that some source characterization can continue to take place to inform future decision making there. And so Sarah is going to talk to us about that deep Vado zone contamination.
Thanks, Megan. Let me control. There we go. All right, thank you. So this presentation is going to be covering the challenge of deep beta zone contamination in the Central Plateau. The presentations before this have covered a lot about what's going on in the groundwater on the Central Plateau, and we've referred to this in a couple of the other presentations, but there still remains a considerable amount of residual contamination in the beta zone above the water table. So that's what we're going to be covering in this presentation today. We're going to be talking about the contaminants that remain in the deep beta zone, our current understanding of those and how they may be continuing sources to the groundwater. There are characterization efforts to look at those contaminants, the modeling that we've done to do forward simulations of the residual contamination, and finally the options that we have for remediation of those contaminants in the deep beta zone. So we've showed this before. There's a lot of different operable units on the Central Plateau, and a lot of the source operable units are essentially intertwined above the water table, and they're categorized in several different ways. You know, the SW2 operable unit, for instance, just covers the solid waste burial grounds, but those solid waste burial grounds are also co-located with some of the deep beta zone contaminated sites for the DB1OU, or for some of the other waste sites in the operable units for WA1, EA1, that's West Area 1 and East Area 1. So they're all intertwined, and they sit above the 4 groundwater operable units. So this is a little bit about what the Central Plateau beta zone actually looks like. So it ranges from 45 to 100 meters thick. Up here in the north part of 200 East is where it's the thinnest. That's because the basalt that forms the bedrock, no flow boundary at the bottom, comes up in elevation. It's coming up in structure, and it actually comes up above the surface into the Gable Mountain and Gable Buttes surface expressions just north of 200 East. But so that's where we have the thinnest beta zone at about 45 meters. And then as you get to the south part of 200 East and 200 West, you're looking at almost 100 meters of thickness of beta zone. So it's a pretty thick beta zone, as you would expect in a semi-arid environment like we have at the Hanford site. The other thing to note here is that the geology, the lithologic units in the subsurface are quite a bit different between 200 West and 200 East. So you can see the green units are the Miocene ringgold formation, and the yellow and pink are the Plio and Pleistocene units that are much higher transmissivity and come from the cataclysmic ice age floods that occurred in the Pleistocene. So those are about 1 million to 2 million years old, whereas these green units are on the order of like 5 million years old and much more lithified and lower permeability. The sources of beta zone contamination that we have in our beta zone come from a variety of different waste sites. We have liquid waste sites like cribs, trenches, ponds, and ditches. We have reverse wells and French drains. We have the underground tanks that had a variety of different leaks in the past. And then we have burial grounds, solid waste burial grounds. Each of these sites receive different tank wastes and different waste streams, and the contamination in the subsurface is controlled by several different factors. The geology, so that's a pretty controlling factor as you think about the permeability with the different layers, but then also the type of waste discharged and the volumes of liquids discharged with it. So we're going to get into that. So when we're looking at those continuing sources to the Central Plateau groundwater, we're going to focus primarily on the mobile contaminants. Because if you think about beta zone contamination, there's kind of 2 different categories that we're most interested in. You have the shallow-most contamination in the top 15 feet that are mostly your immobile constituents. And those are the ones that we need to look at removing and treating or putting some sort of barrier over to prevent direct contact for human health and ecological risk factors. But what we're looking at here today in this presentation are the mobile contaminants in the deep beta zone that either impacted groundwater in the past or will impact groundwater in the future. So when we look at that, it falls into different categories. We have different constituents in these different geographical areas. And we want to be able to evaluate the extent, nature and extent of those contaminants and how we're going to go about cleaning those up. If we're looking, and then the other thing to point out is if we're thinking about continuing sources, some of these contaminants might no longer be a continuing source to the groundwater. They might have made it all the way to the groundwater in the past and do not have a volume large enough now to continue to impact the groundwater. In the absence of driving forces and water being discharged at the surface, we have less of a path for the residual contamination to make it to the groundwater. So we can know what our continuing sources are today by looking at our groundwater monitoring data. If you look at your up gradient versus your down gradient and do some mathematics there, you can figure out what the current continuing sources are, but that's not going to tell you anything about what our future contaminant sources are. So we're going to dive into that a little bit. So looking at characterizing the deep beta zone the deep beta zone contaminants, this is an example from the deep beta zone operable unit, the DV1 operable unit. We did quite a bit of characterization for this OU back in 2016 and 2017. And this is just one of the sites for DV1 that we were looking at. But it's a good example of what deep beta's contamination looks like for us. Here at the T5 and T7, there's a crib and a trench on the west side of the T tank farm. And we have our inventory records that indicate what was discharged at those waste sites. And we know that the waste streams were really quite heavy in uranium, nitrate, fluoride, and hexavalent chromium. We also have ERT data. So somebody had asked earlier about geophysical methods used for detecting changes in concentrations of contaminants in the subsurface. And we use that pretty extensively in the vadose. It's a very helpful tool in the vadose when you're looking at residual waste that has a high ionic strength, like nitrate, for instance. So here we had ERT data done, and we have three-dimensional plumes that show kind of a high conductivity plume on the west side of the T tank farm. So we used that to guide where we needed to put our boreholes for characterization. Now, when we drilled the boreholes, these are the results we got. We found quite a bit of nitrate, quite a bit of fluoride in the subsurface, but none of the uranium or the hexavalent chromium. So we know that those were discharged here at these sites, along with the nitrate and the fluoride, and we found nitrate and fluoride. But does that mean there isn't any uranium in the subsurface and we don't need to worry about it? Does it mean that there's no hexavalent chromium? Or does it just mean that there's somewhere else than where we just drilled this borehole? So how can we really understand what the nature and extent of the contamination is in the subsurface if we're just looking at the data that we collect, right? There's a wide range in uncertainty. And furthermore, we need to understand if these sites are actually continuing sources to the subsurface or to the groundwater in the future. So this is where modeling comes in. Now we've done this modeling evaluation now. It's called the cumulative impact evaluation, and it's actually a really slick set of tools that we've developed that helps us look at all of these different waste sites, how they're all intertwined, all the different waste streams, and understand what the cumulative impacts to the groundwater are now and into the future. So the CIE uses a forward modeling approach with a bunch of different tool sets that all kind of work together in sequence and kind of back and forth. And it looks at, you take the inventory records from all of these different waste sites and you run them forward in a simulation from pre-Hanford time to present to understand the vadose fluxes to the groundwater, and then run that in the future to see what the continuing impacts to the groundwater look like. So here's what it looks like in practice. So we actually have 24 three-dimensional vadose models that overlap in the 200 West and 200 East area. And the reason those overlap is because you have, some areas with great big, so like up here around the tea farms, we have the tea swamp that had huge volumes of water discharged over decades. And then you have the smaller contaminant sources, but you have to understand how those interact together and keep the water balance fluid throughout all of the different models. So we needed to have them overlap a little bit. We don't double count the fluid. We're sure to preserve mass balance, but it does help us to make sure that you don't have a model that is just looking at one kind of waste and not considering the fluids that are coming in from, you know, the west or the east of that model. So you take all of those vadosome models and you run them forward with those inventory estimates and the different estimates of recharge at the surface, and that gives you this flux to groundwater. And from there, you can look at what's going to be happening in the groundwater now and into the future. One of the other things that you can do with the CIE tool sets is they're available for the OUs to use to evaluate a range of remedial alternatives. So you can look at, okay, if I have this crib here and I do a removal action in that crib and dig up the dirt and replace it with clean fill, what kind of impact does that have to the groundwater? And considering that there are 3 other cribs around this crib and they don't have a remedial action, do we even see any sort of impact to the groundwater from doing that one remedial action? It allows us to look at all of the different operable units together and all of the different range of things that we might consider for those operable units. So when we're thinking about remediating the deep vadose and essentially taking care of those continuing sources to the groundwater, we have kind of a limited range of remediation options available to us. We can look at in situ treatments of residual contamination. So there's a bunch of different versions of this. These are kind of the 3 biggest ones that we looked at for the Central Plateau. Sequestration of contaminants via chemical injection, desiccation, so that's drying out of the subsurface pore fluids, and grout injection to reduce the permeability of the sediments in which the residual contamination lie. We've also looked at soil flushing, and soil flushing has been something that we've employed around the river corridor in the 100K areas, particularly, to great effect. Surface barriers, so those are putting barriers at the surface to reduce surface infiltration and reduce the water from coming down through the vadose zone and continuing to mobilize those contaminants in the subsurface. And then we've also looked at like a subsurface reactive barrier at the water table interface. And we have a report out here. I've got the reference right here, DOERL 2017-58. And that's where we've looked at a huge range of technologies available out in the industry and at the various DOE sites, and evaluated the effectiveness, implementability, and the cost of those technologies being employed on the Central Plateau. So I just want to show you an example of where in situ treatment has been very successful for us on the Hanford site. So this is at the 300 area, so bear with me. This is not on the Central Plateau, but I'm going to show how it relates to the Central Plateau in a minute. So out of the 300 area, we sequestered uranium in the subsurface by injecting polyphosphate solutions into the subsurface in an area where the changing river stage was continually replenishing a uranium plume in the groundwater. By the river stage would come up and it would remobilize uranium in the vadose zone and bring it back into the groundwater. So we wanted to see the remedy for this area is monitored natural attenuation. And we want to try to hustle that along a little faster by doing this in situ treatment. And like I said, it worked great. We put in 48 injection wells in a targeted area in the 300 area where we knew we had hot spots of uranium in the subsurface. And we injected that polyphosphate solution. And this is a time phase ERT right here in the boreholes. It's actually a line of boreholes that's showing you what the subsurface conductivity looks like over time. And it actually shows that we had really great delivery of the phosphate in the subsurface. So we essentially flooded the area with that polyphosphate solution. And as a result, we've seen the uranium concentrations decrease in the groundwater over time, pretty precipitously after the start of the remedy, and those have persisted. So we actually saw that we sequestered the uranium in the subsurface. But let me show you, this is why it worked. So in the 300 area where we had done considerable removal actions, we had done quite a bit of digging up of these sites. And through the closeout verification sampling that we did during the digging, we knew where those uranium hotspots remained. So we had extensive data understanding the nature and extent of contamination in the subsurface. So that's what these dots here are showing you. The warmer colors are your hotspots of uranium in the subsurface. And then also we had a much thinner vadozone that we are targeting with that polyphosphate. So we're looking at the area in the zone between 20 and 30 feet below ground surface to flood with that polyphosphate solution. So those are two things that we don't have the advantage of having on the Central Plateau. So like I showed you with our characterization data earlier with DV1, understanding exactly where your hotspots are that we can target with in situ treatment is a really tricky proposition on the Central Plateau. And then secondly, that thickness of the vadozone, the 45 meters to 100 meters is quite a bit different than the 3 meters of vadozone that we were targeting here in the 300 area. So we have to consider that any of those kind of in situ treatment options that we were looking at are going to have a pretty steep hill to climb to work in the Central Plateau. So in conclusion, the first thing I would point out, characterizing the nature and extent of the commingled contaminants in the vadozone is challenging, and it has its uncertainties. You know, we can do those kind of remote sensing options like ERT to look for the different contaminant plumes in the vadozone, but only if you're looking at a waste stream that has pretty high ionic strength. And just like when I showed you that example by the tea farm, we saw plumes in the subsurface, you know, we saw some great, like we saw the plumes with the ERT, right? They're very conductive, but those plumes don't tell you anything about the uranium within the plume, right? Because the uranium itself is not, does not have a high ionic strength. And it's also quite a bit less mobile than the nitrate. So the area that you're going to see nitrate is not going to necessarily tell you the area of the other commingled contaminants. Secondly, we've developed these modeling tools that help us evaluate the continuing groundwater impacts from contamination in the vadozone. And those really are the way of the future. Using those modeling tools, and especially in a cumulative sense like the CIE, really helps us to understand all of the different factors that go into the distribution of contaminants in the subsurface and how they're going to continue to impact groundwater in the future. So that's going to be very helpful in aiding us reaching decisions for both the source OUs and the continuing decisions that we have to make in the groundwater as well. And then thirdly, I just want to point out that our options for remediation of contaminants in the deep vadozone are few, and we continue to evaluate those, but they really are going to be really quite challenging in the Central Plateau. And that's the end of my presentation. I see that I have a question from Nick. It says, does the model you described at the beginning of your presentation consider uranium aqueous speciation dynamics and species-dependent absorption and behavior that might affect significant uranium behavior and mobility? That's a great question, Nick, and no. So the way the CIE works is it's a very, very large scale modeling set. And it's meant to be modular. So because as you know, uranium actually has a wide range of behaviors and characteristics. And so the uranium that you're looking at a site around U plant is going to behave quite a bit differently than the uranium that we see in the B complex. And that's just, and the uranium is also going to behave differently in terms of leachability with depth as well, right? So to really evaluate uranium specifically in a more robust manner, you need site-specific data and need to develop site-specific models. So the way the CIE works is it's very quite modular. When you develop a site-specific model, like in the B complex area where there's quite a bit of uranium, you can then plug that in to the larger CIE tool set and be able to evaluate that as a whole with everything else. So a lot of those site-specific models are still under development for the different OUs, and the CIE will be able to absorb them over time. I hope that answers your question. And with that, I'm going to relinquish control, Megan. I think, give up remote control. There you go.
Thank you, Sarah. Are there any other questions out there? All right, well, Mark, you get just a few extra minutes, and I know that you are a very information dense presentation. So Mark Burns is our final speaker on this panel. He's the project manager for 200 ZP1, 200 DV1, and he's responsible for the recovery of chlorinated solvents, radionuclides, and other contaminants from the Beto zone and or groundwater up on the Central Plateau. He's an incredible SME that we get to listen to as we bring it all home to the challenges associated with the Central Plateau integrated decision making. So with that, Mark, I'm prepared to run your slides, and I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Megan. So as Megan mentioned, title of my presentation is Challenges Associated with Central Plateau Integrated Decision Making. And the purpose of this presentation is primarily to highlight some of the more complex challenges that we're facing here at the Hanford site on the Central Plateau integrated decision making and how those challenges are currently being addressed. So some of the regulatory challenges that we're dealing with, Central Plateau environmental characterization, remediation, and monitoring activities are being performed under a variety of different regulations, including CERCLA, which is the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act, RCRA, which is the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, and AEA, which is the Atomic Energy Act. So the challenge is that implementing environmental activities under one regulation can actually impact one of the other regulations. So for the past 10 years or more, Hanford has been integrating decision-making between a complex network of operable units. And what makes it also a little even more challenging is that some of these operable units are managed by the Washington State Department of Ecology, and others are under the leadership of the Environmental Protection Agency. The figure on the right-hand side you have seen from the previous presentations that shows where the 200 West area is and where the 200 East area is. And all the different colored shapes that you see there are all different groundwater contaminant plumes that are all commingled. Without integration, decisions from one of our operable units would be made without fully understanding the long-term impacts that it's having on the other operable units. Current Hanford environmental decision documents need to work closely together on the Central Plateau, and that includes my ZP1 record of decision, the UP1 interim record of decision, the record of decision for the environmental restoration disposal facility, the interim record of decision for BP5 and PO1, and also the action memorandum for the DV1 operable unit. Final records of decision are needed for source areas. Those would be the soil units above the groundwater, as well as multiple groundwater operable units throughout the Central Plateau. I would like to mention that considerable progress has been made remediating groundwater contaminants on the Central Plateau, as shown in the figure on the right side that I'll talk to shortly. But after starting remediation activities in 1995, the Department of Energy began limited extraction and treatment of contaminated groundwater in the 200 West area. And this remediation was an interim action, and they were recovering just volatile organic contaminants, pumping about 150 gallons per minute. In the year 2012, the new 200 West pump and treat system began full-scale containment, treatment, and recovery of the major plumes within the 200 West area. Then in 2015, the system was expanded to include the treatment of groundwater from the 200 East area, as well as perched water that's in the DV1 operable unit. And currently, the Department of Energy is working through an optimization study plan, and it's working towards expanding our treatment plant from its current 2,500 gallon per minute capacity up to 3,750 gallons per minute. The figure on the right-hand side shows that to date, we've recovered over 1 million pounds of nitrate, about 42,000 pounds of carbon tetrachloride, over 1,000 pounds of chromium, 1,500 pounds of uranium, about 191 pounds of TCE, and almost 2 pounds of technetium-99. And the reason why such small quantities of Tech-99 and TCE have been recovered is just because there isn't very much in the aquifer. So while the 200 West pump and treat system was originally designed to remediate my groundwater operable unit in the 200 ZP1 operable unit, I needed to share my plant with the other operable units, which includes the UP1 groundwater operable unit, BP5 groundwater operable unit, DV1 perched water, and the ERDF landfill leachate. So with all of these additional sources now sending water to the plant, we must take into consideration that the plant was originally designed for a life of 25 years. And we need to figure out whether or not we will be able to meet the needs of all these different operable units with that design life. The 200 West Pump and Treat chemical treatment building currently has a maximum capacity of 2,500 GPM. When we do add a third air stripper to the facility, that will increase the maximum capacity up to 3,750 GPM. Also, to expand the plant all the way up to 4,200 GPM, we will be adding another 450 gallon per minute Tech-99 and uranium ion exchange. And the reason we're able to get the extra gallons per minute above the 3,700 GPM maximum is because the water going through the Tech-99 and uranium train have very, very low concentrations of volatile organics that are below the cleanup level, so they can bypass the air strippers. As the number of groundwater response actions on the Central Plateau has grown, the 200 West Pump and Treat has continually needed to be optimized to meet all the regulatory commitments from all the sources sending water. Regarding the radiological treatment building, the table on the right-hand side, if you look at the second column on second column from the left, it refers to the current ion exchange treatment train flow rates. And from there, you can see that we have 3 different sources sending water for uranium treatment and 4 separate sources that are sending water for Tech-99 treatment. The third column over is the anticipated ion exchange treatment train flow rates. And as you can see, there's a fourth source that's going to send water for uranium treatment, and an additional 5 potential sources sending water for Tech 99 treatment. It is anticipated that the 200 West pump and treat will require approximately 685 gallons per minute run through the uranium treatment train and about 1,220 GPM that will run through the Tech 99 ion exchange train. This is a complex map that you have seen in some of the earlier presentations. But on the left-hand side, you can see kind of a reddish square like that is the treatment building. And on the very left-hand side are the injection wells that are up gradient. They're upside down triangles. And then more on the right-hand side are the down gradient injection wells that are the upside down triangles. And in the center are all the extraction wells that are pulling water out of the aquifer. On the right-hand side, you see a couple of purple triangles. Those are the extraction wells from the BP5 operable unit. And these scattered red dots that are all over the place are the monitoring wells. An active pump and treat remedy impacts other compliance programs. So adjustments to one of our well networks for our CERCLA cleanup does change oftentimes the water table and the flow direction, which impacts groundwater monitoring for our RCRA compliance program. For example, the ZP1 extraction wells that are in the vicinity of the TXTY tank farm that's shown in the figure on the right-hand side. It brings the water table elevation down because of the extracted water to the point where sometimes our monitoring wells for our RCRA process actually become dry. Changes in the ZP1 well field can actually change groundwater flow direction, resulting in less optimal monitoring well placement. On the figure on the right-hand side, the little black dots on the right-hand side of the TXTY tank farm, those are all the monitoring wells that are down gradient. On the Central Plateau, decision makers must balance the need and requirements for monitoring along with the need for extracting mass from the aquifer to be compliant with CERCLA and also to maintain the life cycle of the pump and treat facility. Additional challenges that we have faced regarding the ZP1 record of decision since the time that we published the ZP1 feasibility study back in about 2007, the half-life for the abiotic degradation of carbon tetrachloride is now understood to be 630 years, as Greg Rushkoff mentioned earlier in his presentation, as opposed to the 42 years half-life that was understood at the time we prepared the feasibility study. Also, we now currently understand that we have a higher fraction of our carbon tetrachloride mass that is known to be below the lower mud unit than what we understood during the preparation of the feasibility study. And this is simply because we've done additional characterization. Recent characterization has also determined that the size of the carbon tet plume is much larger than we understood during the feasibility study. The plume is now 7 square miles as opposed to the 4 square miles we used to understand it to be. So other challenges include increasing operational costs as the plant is expanded to accommodate all of the additional sources sending water for treatment. And considering the 25-year half-life design for the facility to keep in mind as facility modifications are planned. Another challenge is multiple contractors are completing different portions of the Hanford cleanup mission, all intermingled with each other on the Central Plateau. So groundwater actions must be integrated with all of these other projects like tank farms to ensure that changes in plant operations do not adversely impact any of their activities. And two of the more critical ones are the deep feed low activity waste operations and the WTP plant because we cannot adversely impact these. Other challenges include the distance between the 200 East pump and treat operations and the 200 West facility. That's several miles in distance. Also, the location of the BP5 and PO1 plumes around the C and the A tank farm and the resulting logistical challenges caused by this. If you look at the figure on the right-hand side, this is the A tank farm area, but it gives you a sense for how complex these areas are with, you can see these are underground storage tanks and all of the underground lines. It's difficult to even find places where you can slip a well into. Another challenge is achieving a technical impracticability waiver for the iodine 129 in the 200 UP1 operable unit. And the reason for that is because there is no resin that's currently available that can remove the iodine 129. We also have the difficulty of actively treating the southeast chrome plume. We also have the high conductivity zone in the 200 East area. And we have to take into consideration that we have to minimize impacts to the RCRA compliance wells. In summary and our path forward, while each of our remedies should be optimized to work together to meet our regulatory commitments, a holistic view of remedy decisions on the Central Plateau is necessary to ensure all aspects of soil and groundwater remediation are addressed, given the complexities that I mentioned earlier in the presentation. The Department of Energy, along with the regulatory agencies, will continue to find opportunities whenever possible to optimize the recovery of contaminants from all of the operable units. And as additional records of the decision are issued, a cumulative view will remain to focus on optimization in order to preserve the life cycle of the 200 West pump and treat. Additional groundwater modeling will continue as active treatment is ongoing, as more data becomes available through our subsurface and ongoing characterization of remediation activities. And the integrated approach that has been established in working with the tri-parties will continue as the adaptive management process is utilized in groundwater cleanup at Hanford. So that's it for this presentation.
Wow, Mark, thank you. That's a lot of challenges. So Emmy talked at the very beginning about adaptive management. And one of the things, and I won't say it as well as her slide did, it talked about how There's going to need to be continued relationship with the Department of Energy, the regulators. Obviously, when you bring BP5 PO1 into the mix, you've also then got the state agency there. And so it just really seems that for integration and continued communication to continue in this virtual environment, that seems challenging. So what are some of the mechanisms this team is using to keep in touch and keep those conversations going during this global pandemic?
Okay, yeah, good question. Well, you know, one thing we do, Megan, is we have weekly internal meetings within CPC-Co that includes all the project managers. And during each presentation or each meeting, each project manager is given an opportunity to talk about what's coming up on their project. And by sharing that type of information, it keeps us all up to speed on seeing red flags that might have impacts to us. Also, I think it's been very strong for CPC-Co to develop a new program, which I think you are very well involved in, which is the Strategic Technical Integration Group. And basically, I have a representative from that organization that comes to my meetings, particularly the ones that are very sensitive, and they assist with the cross-cutting relationships. And the other thing too is whenever I have a meeting with the Department of Energy, with EPA and or the Department of Ecology, besides just inviting my technical team, I also invite representatives of the other project managers from the different operable units. My senior manager is always invited. I have key operations staff managers that are also staying in touch. And then there's usually one or more representatives from the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory that's also present at these meetings. So that gives you kind of a sense for how the communication happens.
Thank you. I know it's been a challenge, and this is fascinating for me to watch, to do a global summit like this. I have no idea where all of our attendees are at right now, but we're all able to do this information exchange and continue to move efforts forward by these collaborative discussions. I'm not seeing any other questions in the chat. Oh, there is one. Could one of the presenters comment on the discovery of the current estimate for the carbon tetrachloride half-life? Are there some lessons learned when reflecting on the original feasibility study?
There's a PNNL document out there, and maybe someone else can actually quote what it is. But when we were preparing the feasibility study, the half-life for carbon tetrachloride was basically taken from, I believe, a literature search. That was the only information that was available at the time. But there was a specific study done at the Hanford site. It took about 3 years to have the study completed. PNNL ran the study. And so about 3 years after the record of decision was issued was when the half-life results came in. And at that point, we realized that, you know, the assumption in the model was not Hanford specific, I guess would be the best way to say it. Can anybody else answer that better?
The only thing I wanted to add was, on top of what you said, that was the best information we had at the time. So that's what we started, or one part of what we based on our decision on, and we're able to move forward. But that's why it's so important to reevaluate as we started seeing something different happening with our site-specific situation, and then being able to change the approach to address our new understanding of what was actually happening in the aquifer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is Matt. I had one small thing to add as well, that there was some acknowledgement that the information we had at the time of the feasibility study was non-site specific. And that's partly why it's hard to see that now, but the extent of the pump and treat was over-designed. When we went from the feasibility study into the remedial design, remedial action phase of sort of designing the actual remedy, it was upsized considerably because as the data were coming in, we were learning this is bigger. This is a bigger issue than we thought. And so the number one goal was get the hydraulic containment. I think there was a realization we'd never have all the answers. We still don't have all the answers, I would probably say, but we have hydraulic containment in the vast majority of the area. So we got a bit of time to figure it out. And that was the priority, I guess.
Thank you for that, Matt and Mark. So at this point, it's 10:01. We have eaten into your break time. I see that Nick has come on camera to move us along. For those of us that were on this panel, I think we're going to be staying on for about 10 more minutes. If you have another question during the break, if you want to put it in the chat, we can certainly work to answer that. But with that, I thank you for your time today. This was an exciting opportunity to participate in this panel. With that, I turn the floor over to PNNL.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Megan, for an outstanding job to moderate this case study. Thank you very much to all presenters, Greg, Amy, Katie, Matt, Mark, Sarah, and Naomi. They were all great presentations. And a big thank you goes to Vicky Friedman from our team here at PNNL for helping coordinating all this effort. Outstanding job. We really appreciated it. We will take a 15 minutes or 14 minutes or 13 minutes now break, and we will continue with the technical session on subsurface remote sensing for contaminant characterization and remediation. And that session will be moderated by Lee Slater of Rutgers University and Tim Johnson and Fred Day-Lewis from PNNL. I will encourage you guys to stick around and ask questions as well during this outstanding technical session. There were some questions about the role of the CCU unit at Hanford, in terms of how to get ERT data from that. So that will be a great opportunity to interact with this team. Now, 12 minutes for the break, 10:15 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're going to start again with this technical session. Thank you very much. Time. And I will actually give the floor to Tim Johnson, who is going to take over now with a technical session, subsurface remote sensing for contaminant characterization and remediation applications. Floor is yours, Tim.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Thanks everyone for joining us. This is our inaugural RemPlex Summit. We really appreciate the time that our presenters have taken to share their research and results with us today. I want to especially thank my co-conveners, Lee and Fred. So several months ago, I asked them to help with this, and then they pretty much assembled the whole thing and put all this together. And some of you are speaking, had a lot of conversations with Lee and Fred and realized that. So all credit goes to them for helping to organize this session. I reviewed, and hopefully you reviewed also, all of the talks that are going to be given today, or the longer version of the lightning talks at least, and they're all fantastic. Very much looking forward to hearing the lightning talks and having a robust discussion afterwards. So the way this will work is our first speaker, Beth, will be given 7 minutes to give her flash talk, and then the remaining speakers will be given 3 to 4 minutes to give their flash talks. There's a list of them here. And once our flash talks are over, we'll open the floor for discussion between the panelists and between the attendees of the meeting. If you're an attendee and you have a question, you can either raise your hand or you can post your question in the chat, and we'll address either by answering that question or through voice. So I'm going to turn the time over to Fred Day-Lewis, who's going to moderate the rest of the meeting here, and Lee is online also. So with that, Fred, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thanks, Tim. I'm pleased to introduce our first speaker today. As Tim mentioned, it's our invited speaker, Beth Parker of the University of Guelph. Beth?
Okie doke.
We can see your PowerPoint. Great.
Awesome. Well, good morning or afternoon or evening. I think we span several time zones here. I'd like to first thank the conveners for the invitation to present today. And the focus of my talk is on the use of temporary deployed sensors in bedrock boreholes. And these bedrock systems are known to be very complex, especially with regard to understanding contaminant behavior, as well as our remediation performance. And part of the reason here is the nature of the fracture networks. And each of the rock types that I'm showing here would have very distinct fracture network types, and we would expect it also to vary from site to site. And I suppose the important thing here is it's the hydraulically active fractures, those that are connected, that dominate the groundwater flow. And just like in porous media, we can divide the Darcy flux by the fracture porosity to estimate the average linear groundwater velocity. So there's a lot hinged on knowledge about this fracture network. And in sedimentary rocks, we have a primary porosity between the fractures that can be appreciable, typically orders of magnitude larger than the fracture porosity. And that becomes a zone of contaminant mass storage, as shown with the insert there with a matrix diffusion halo around a fracture that's conveying solute mass. And moving to the fracture network scale, I've used discrete fracture network realizations, two realizations with different density of fractures, but the same bulk hydraulic conductivity to emphasize the importance of the number and style of these fractures and how it might affect the plume behavior. So we've got TCE shown here, migrating through these two fracture domains over a 50-year period of time. And the number of fractures controls the surface area for diffusion and the bulk plume behavior. So you can see very distinct plume conditions for the dense network on the left, much more strongly retarded at the plume front, as well as the internal plume concentrations with distance. And our intuition is informed by outcrops, and more commonly, our views are obtained from small diameter boreholes. And we spend considerable time looking for evidence for whether or not a fracture is active or not. And over time, we've been able to use increasingly sensitive sensors to determine which ones are active or not. But one of the things I learned a couple of decades ago at a site in upstate New York was that the conceptual model that we develop very much depends on the data sets that we use to inform that conceptual site model. So I was working at a site where PCE contamination invaded a black shale in upstate New York, and I was invited to work at that site alongside the USGS colleagues who were very practiced and advanced with the use of open hole flow metering under ambient and pumped conditions and cross hole measurements and so on. And so Fred Pay and John Williams developed a conceptual model early in the game that's shown here on the left, where these open hole data sets were essentially showing 2 to 5 dominant fractures that were supposedly controlling the groundwater flow system. So I was working alongside them, collecting continuous core and sampling for VOC concentrations near and away from visible fractures that were logged in these core. And I observed that there were numerous fractures that contained high concentrations of PCE. So in essence, the PCE was a decades-long tracer of those contaminant migration pathways. And so the conceptual model I put forward with that data set was a dense network of interconnected fractures, although perhaps their transmissivity was quite variable. So this kind of brings us to a culminating perspective, I suppose, that conceptual site models need to be process-based to be predictive. And I guess the emphasis here is it's a multi-scale challenge as we work from understanding where the contaminant mass resides, whether it's in the fractures or in large or well-developed diffusion halos near fractures, and then how many fractures are hydraulically active and connected, controlling the bulk behavior of the plume and perhaps the extent of the plume, and where the mass is is persistent over decades. But I suppose most importantly and sometimes forgotten is the context of these source zones and plumes within a three-dimensional nested flow system. And what really matters here is understanding the position and thickness of our aquatards, because that's how flow lines are refracted and directing our groundwater flow pathways down or up through this system, ensuring that we're actually tracking the plume evolution along those flow paths. So here I illustrate the characterization should be done at a higher resolution and before we commit to monitoring. And this is important for informing the placement of our ports as well as injecting our remediation amendments in the system. So essentially we should work from right to left with highest resolution early in our characterization phase of the program, and with refined conceptual site model being able to more cost effectively monitor and remediate. So now I would like to talk about the temporary deployment options that we have because of the existence of these flute liners, a polyurethane coated fabric sewn to the dimensions for the borehole being used allows us to temporarily seal these boreholes and remove the common cross-connecting effect that's created, especially in bedrock systems. So the two types of sensors that we've been using within our research program are these point sensors. So we have the pressure or temperature or electrical conductance and many others that are being talked about that could be available for deploying within a borehole and sealed in place with these liners, or distributed sensors that are the common fiber optic sensors that are being used in increasing ways. So here we have a field view where the sensors are going down the open borehole first, and then followed by the insertion of this flexible liner that's essentially everted and sent down the borehole to press these sensors up against the borehole wall. Here we have a data set from our Silurian Dolostone aquifer that's local here in Guelph, Canada. We use it for water supply, but it's also got industrial and commercial properties with point source contaminant plumes. And of course, neighboring agricultural activities have caused contamination here. But what's so insightful from one of these high resolution profiles is where we have our head loss in the system. And we're often surprised where we have these most dramatic head loss zones occurring. And if we compare that data against the lithostratigraphic profile that's shown on the left, and then we've estimated the local vertical component of gradient that's shown here in column C, we use these data to help redefine the hydrologic units or hydrostratigraphy in the system that better informs the placement of our monitoring systems going forward.
Hey, but these 8 minutes, sorry to interrupt. We could try and wrap up.
Okay. These temporary deployed sensors also allow us to collect high temporal resolution data sets in order to measure responses at different depths in response to natural or anthropogenic forcings in the system. And our measurement resolution allows us to do teleseismic type monitoring. And all of these data help to inform the transmissivity and storativity parameters that are important for confirming our system conditions. So just briefly now moving on to the distributed temperature sensing, we use customized cables where we've co-located a copper heating cable along the length, and that's allowing us to use heat in an active way as a very improved temperature resolution. And the temperature monitoring happens during the heating as well as the cooling phases, allowing us to see variable responses in temperature with the length of the cable, identifying those zones that have active flow. And we can actually not only identify the position, but also quantify the flow rate from these data sets. So at the same site here in Guelph, we can show the conditions for flow in a borehole with a dedicated fiber optic cable. And then a nearby hole is sealed with a liner in the first hour and a half. And then we gradually remove the liner out of the hole over the next hour and a half, opening up the hole to the condition on the right, which shows a completely cross-connected system. The cooler colors represent more active flow, and you can see that there's a change in the local flow conditions by just having a sealed hole or ambient natural gradient condition moving to a cross-connected condition on the right. And so this brings me to a final comment here that experience has shown that data, high resolution data sets improve our understanding, important to the characterization stage of our site work. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention and look forward to the conversation that follows.
Okay, thank you, Beth. We'll move on to our next speaker, Andrew Binley of the Lancaster Environment Center, Lancaster University in the UK. And Andrew will talk about electrical resistivity imaging of denitrifying permeable reactive barriers. Andrew, are you able to share your screen?
Well, that's a good question. I think I am. Can you see it now?
We can, thank you. Looks great.
All right, good. I'm seeing lots of Zoom stuff on the screen, but maybe you're not. Can you see just my full screen there?
Yeah, we can see your full screen. Just that.
Good. Okay, so thanks, Fred. I'm gonna do my 4-minute mile here on looking at electrical resistivity imaging to try to assess the performance of denitrifying permeable reactive barriers. And the driver for this is that we're seeing elevated nitrate concentrations in groundwater in many parts of the world, and it's a particular problem in the Canterbury region of New Zealand. Denitrifying permeable reactive barriers are not new. They've been explored in a number of places around the world, but in Canterbury, New Zealand, there's a particular challenge because of the high permeability and high heterogeneity of the gravel aquifers in the region. You'll see the setup here, the study site, we've got a barrier, which is basically a trench filled with a carbon source, in this case, chopped wood. And we've got two different cells here, and the experiment is exploring the performance of these two different cell materials. One of them is more expensive to produce than the other one, but the question is, are they effective in reducing nitrate concentration down gradient of the barrier? We've been using electrical resistivity imaging, time-lapse resistivity imaging combined with saline tracer injection in wells up gradient of the barrier to try to look at solute. And ultimately, we want to combine these data in solute transport models to try to parameterize the transport properties of the barrier material. On the right here, this is one example. We've run a number of tracer tests. On the right here is an image of electrical resistivity showing the blue zone, low resistivity for the two cells forming the barrier. And on the left here is a time-lapse sequence showing the increase in conductivity, reduction in resistivity, the blue zone, due to a saline injection at C4. And we see as it moves through the barrier, it kind of spreads a little bit more than expected. So the pathway of this is actually, turns out, not as we first anticipated. And in the extended talk, I show some example results of how the solute is potentially moving around the barrier and not through it. So the results, the geophysical imaging results, have actually been really informative in revealing the complexity of flow pathways in this apparent assumed simple system. And we believe that the barrier might not be performing hydraulically as we first expected. We thought at first that this might be due to some clogging of the barrier, but actually some recent invasive investigations reveal that that's not the case. And we now feel that the complexity of the pathways is probably a result of the heterogeneity of the host aquifer
just down gradient of the barrier. But combining data such as those that I've shown and other tracer test data in solute transport models to try and parameterize the properties of the barrier materials, compare the two cells. And we've also planned some DNA tracer injections at multiple locations, upgrading of the barrier to try to differentiate flow pathways, and we'll be comparing those with ERT. Now, I think I can stop breathing now. I don't know if I did that within the 4 minutes, but I'll stop there.
You did excellent. Thanks, Andrew. You can go catch up on your breathing now.
Very good.
All right. Our next speaker is Adrian Flores Orozco from the Technical University of Vienna in Austria. Adrian?
Yes. Can you see me? Can you hear me? And my screen is working?
You can. Looks great.
Perfect. Well, I am also following on the same direction as Andy. No, I mean, like, can we use geophysics to actually evaluate when the remediation is actually not working as we are expecting, when it's not performance as we plan? In this case, we are presenting some results about complex resistivity, so real and imaginary part of the electrical resistivity, during the injection of nanoparticles or microscale particles. I am going to show two examples. In the first one is relatively deep. The idea was to remediate a relatively deep aquifer between 8.5 and 10.5 meters depth. And the point was to inject microscale zero-valent iron particles, and this will transform or degrade a TCA contaminant plume. One of the challenges here was that we had only 15 minutes to collect geophysical data, because it was the time that it was taken to inject the particles and to move it to the next injection point. So here the results. Actually, we are expecting to stimulate the deep aquifer, so everything below the deepest dash line. And we see that both the resistivity and the polarization images show, so yeah, some changes in the deep aquifer as expected, but our eyes are pulled into the anomalies in the shallow aquifer, very close to the surface. And as I said in the long presentation initially, the idea, the thought was that geophysical monitoring was not working, that we were having some problems to the contact between the electrodes and the ground. However, when they start looking for the particles, actually it was clear that most of the particles were delivered to the surface, to the shallow aquifer where they accumulated. And some sediment collected from that area showed that most of the particles were accumulated in the shallow aquifer in the first 2 meters, 4 meters depth. That was one of the first examples that showed, okay, we can get information on real time with complex resistivity. A second example was with the smaller particles, nanoscale, nanoroid type particles. And in this case, the idea was to remediate an aquifer between 5 and 7 meters depth, contaminated by toluene. And here again, what the idea was to inject the particles very slow to avoid fracking. However, what is happening when we inject the particles so slow is that they are clogging the pore space. And
1 minute, Adrian.
On the long term, resulted in fracking, and actually the delivery of the particles to the surface, and we saw those daylighting. But actually, one thing that is also interesting is that the polarization response can also give us some information about the changes in the particles itself, no? If they are being, if the properties are changing. So I think I'm happy with that, to be on time. So when we can move to the next talk. There's some conclusions, but you can see it in the log talk.
Okay, thank you very much, Adrian. All right, moving on. Our next lightning talk in this session is from Christopher Power of the Western University in Ontario, Canada. Christopher? And we are seeing your browser rather than your PowerPoint. There we are. Okay. Chris, we can't hear you though.
Oh, sorry, you can hear me now, Fred?
We can, yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I'll just try and keep this concise. I probably lost a minute there with that confusion. So yeah, this is really, rather than a talk on some detailed findings, it's really just a summary of our approach that we've taken to looking at the age-old problem of electrical resistivity imaging of DNAPL remediation. So here again is just a reminder of what a typical DNAPL source zone would be. DNAPL being denser than water, we get this complex and heterogeneous distribution of DNAPL below the source zone, below the water table. And we end up with this very important and complex target. And key questions would be, where is the source zone? And when we apply remedial programs, how successful are they? So first of all, we looked at that through numerical means. We now know that it's prohibited to spill DNAPL deliberately into the ground anymore. The days of base Bardon where we were able to do that are long gone now. So really in the DNAPL sense, we rely a lot on numerical modeling. That's really the main way of doing DNAPL research these days. So we wanted to fill the gap by developing this coupled DNAPL ERT model, taking a DNAPL model there on the left, and using petrophysics and carefully developing a corresponding electrical resistivity model for forward and inverse modeling. Using this coupled model, we were able to simulate realistic field scale DNAPL remediation scenarios, different DNAPLs, different soil types, different DNAPL mass changes over time, and assess how we will be able to monitor that with ERT and use different statistics. And the power here is that we know the actual changes that have occurred in the model and see and use that as a baseline to observe how effective ERT was. Also, the problem that we're all aware of is the limited penetration or resolution with depth with ERT. So jumping on the back of horizontal remediation wells, which are becoming popular now in DNAPL field sites, we were assessing that if we placed electrical electrodes in a horizontal borehole beneath the target, how effective would that be for surface to horizontal borehole ERT? So carrying out a lab study here, we can compare the effectiveness of surface versus surface to horizontal borehole ERT for mapping DNAPL changes over time.
1 minute, Chris.
Yep. And then finally, looking at field work, this was a real field site undergoing thermal remediation in New Jersey, USA. And it was a smoldering technique. And just to quickly give you an idea of how it works, is we heat up the groundwater, the DNAPL source zone at the beginning. So we know that heating up water will give us a decrease in resistivity. This temperature increase went as far as 900 or 1000 Celsius. So that is obviously boiling off our water. We end up with a dry region, which is giving us an increase in resistivity. And then the water after remediation is over will rebound back in to that dry zone. So we have a decrease in resistivity. So using ERT, these were the three overlapping targets that we were trying to look at. And using that with time lapse, you can see the resistivity plot here over time versus temperature and carbon dioxide. If you compare resistivity to the temperature plots, as the temperature is initially increasing, we get a drop in resistivity. And as we significantly increase the temperature to almost 1000 Celsius, we get that increase in resistivity. And then after that, we're seeing again the drop in resistivity as the water is rebounding into that dry zone. So again, it nicely showed the thermal remediation process in terms of those trends in resistivity. Some conclusions, that's pretty self-explanatory there from the 4 slides I gave you, and I'll stop there to get us moving on to the next talk. Thank you, everyone.
Great, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Sam Falzone of the Army Corps of Engineers, Cold Regions Research and Engineering Laboratory in New Hampshire of the United States.
Yeah, can everybody hear me and see my slide okay?
We can.
Okay, so just to paraphrase my my technical talk, what we're doing here is focusing on evaluating the use of complex resistivity measurements to
characterize field sites that have been contaminated with PFAS compounds. And PFAS are the primary contaminant resulting from the use of AFFF, which is the foam they use to fight fires, as you can see here. And this is becoming a contaminant of increasing importance. So part of the impetus for deciding to use complex resistivity for this is the complex ionic properties of PFAS contaminants. And that's primarily the fact that they can come in all forms, anionic, cationic, and even zwitterionic compounds, which closely associate with the soil surface, and particularly cationic and zwitterionic constituents, which can associate through sorption. And it's this link to sorption which really opens the door to using complex resistivity, because there's growing evidence to support the sensitivity of the method to sorption processes at the soil surface. So in working through this project, we were operating under the conceptual model that by adding PFAS contaminants to the soil surface, you should see an induced polarization response, either whether that's an augmented polarization response or a diminished response, maybe due to the some inhibited process. We should see some effect on the phase response we're measuring, and therefore some imaginary conductivity anomaly that characterizes the presence of PFAS within our samples. We were working off of one site in particular, two to be exact, but primarily focused on this New Jersey site. And you can see we approached this site by dividing the site up into an impacted and contaminated region. Here you see the presumed source zone of contamination in the top right corner. We collected samples and field characterization from this area. And then we collected samples from an area behind this artificial mound, which is the contamination.
1 minute, Sam.
Sure. Oh, that was the warning. Sorry. So to paraphrase some of our results, we don't see much differentiated between the impacted and the control samples. They don't seem to order themselves well with the lab analysis we've collected. And we do see some variation along our field site, but the best evidence we have are these very controlled laboratory experiments where we took synthetic soils and contaminated and spiked one set of columns with AFFF contamination. And we do see a clear augmentation of the imaginary conductivity here within the contaminated columns. And so we have a bit of a mixed message here. We don't see a profound amount of evidence from legacy soils collected from a contaminated site, but we do see this response in controlled experiments that does seem to indicate that in theory, we do have some sensitivity between the method and the presence of PFAS contamination. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sam. Our next speaker is Hillary Emerson of the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. Hillary?
Thanks, Fred. Can you all see my slides?
Yes, we can see you.
Oh, not slides. There we go.
Thanks.
Now you can see.
Yes.
Perfect. So I'm going to present some data on laboratory scale experiments, trying to better understand the use of spectral induced polarization for monitoring of active remediation, including delivery of an amendment, and also monitoring the reactivity of an amendment over time. And so we're considering different amendments of interest for the Hanford site, including both highly conductive and non-conductive amendments, like highly conductive ones, including SMI and ZVI, or sulfur modified iron and zero valent iron, as well as non-conductive amendments like apatite and calcite. And so today I'm going to focus on the sulfur modified iron data that we have, but there's a little bit more in the longer talk that's now posted online. And just to give a quick overview, again, we're using spectral induced polarization, which Sam gave
a little bit of an overview of. But we're primarily looking at, let me see if I can get the cursor. So we're using complex conductivity along with phase shift to convert that complex conductivity here into a real and imaginary conductivity. And so what that gives us is a little bit more information about the solution and solid surface conductivity, as well as polarization processes, which can help us better understand changes in solution conductivity, precipitation processes, things that will affect surface area and mineralogy. Our hope is that we can use this for more monitoring during active remediation. And so we're conducting experiments at the laboratory scale, primarily with smaller columns, about 5 inches in length, but also some longer columns up to about 2 feet in length.
That's 1 minute, Hillary.
Oh no, okay, I'll get going faster. So here is a little bit of our data for SMI. So you can see our raw phase shift and imaginary conductivity in the top slide of the slide. And so what you can see here is that as we increase the amount of SMI that's mixed with our Hanford sediments, we definitely see an increase in the SIP response. These are highly conductive materials that have iron sulfides, which have been measured very well in the fields. And so we can definitely monitor amendments like SMI in active remediation in the fields. But the next thing that we wanted to look at was, can we correlate changes in the SMI over time based on our SIP measurements with geochemistry, and how the reactivity of the SMI might change over time for treatment of our contaminants of concern. And so this is still ongoing, but as you can see in our phase shift data for 0 and 77 days for the open symbols and the closed symbols, especially for the 10% data in green, we have a very clear shift in the phase shift over time. And so we're currently fitting that data with characteristic time constants and chargeability to better correlate that with geochemical changes like mineralogy and surface area that we're seeing an increase in surface area and also formation of iron oxides like magnetite.
So Hillary, we'll have to call time there, I think.
Okay, conclusion slide.
That's fine. We could quickly read your conclusions. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so we're looking at primarily
That's okay.
different amendments. And again, we saw the strongest response for things like SMI and ZVI, and I'm happy to answer more questions later. Thank you.
Thanks, Hillary. We'll move on to our next theme in the session. The first speaker in that theme is Roelof Versteeg of Subsurface Insights in Hanover, New Hampshire. Roelof?
Hey, can you guys see my screen?
We can.
Awesome. So here's the title of my talk over there. And what I'm going to try to do is basically give you 2 things. First, this is like the high level mental understanding of how we get site understanding. Obtaining site understanding requires application of analytical tools on data. What I want to argue in this lightning talk in my presentation is really that the takeaway message should be is that in a timely, scalable, and audible manner requires application of analytical tools on data using enabling cyber infrastructure, which is a combined data science and application science challenges. And I want to argue that that's the really only way we can move forward. And why timely and scalable? Well, obviously, I'm not telling anyone new there that this manual approach is very timely, labor, and cost intensive. And we need approaches which can be applied to hundreds or thousands of sites, and we cannot simply spend hundreds of thousands of dollars per site. That doesn't really work for most sites over there. So the other thing I want to mention is auditability. And this is a great paper which assessed the reproducibility in hydrological sciences. And he said of 360 papers, only 1.7% was reproducible, which I think is not surprising, but still very scary. So why I think not reproducible? So first I want to argue is computational environment differences. Everybody has different codes and libraries and versions.
is very often very poor and missing details of data provenance and data pre-processing step. But primarily, it's a lack of data science tools. We're still using tools which really were about 20 years old. And so we need this enabling and integrating cyber infrastructure. And so what multiple groups have been doing is develop these components. And that includes things like LandLab from CSDMS, HydroShare from Quasi, Google Earth Engine is of course a tool there, ESS Dive, Watershed Workflow by Ethan Kuhn, K-Base by the people at Argonne and Berkeley, as well as the system that we've developed over here. And one of the interesting things is if you look at these frameworks over there, there's actually a lot of things which are in common. And specifically, you look at it and say, well, there's a whole number of different architecture implementation possible. But if you start looking across, and there's a really nice paper from Choi et al. In 2021, is that there's some common components which are emerging. For instance, containerization. And if you look on the bottom, like they see basically containerization, people who don't know it, is a way to take a software environment and put it in a container. And actually we containerize pfloat and E4D, and you can go there and you can download it and install it yourself. So now you don't need to worry about all the dependencies or anything. You just got pfloat and E4D and it will run on your computer like without anything else, which is great. Is you can build containers, and in our software stack, we've got about 70 different containers over there. So containerization is a really cool technology. Then there is like APIs, application programming interface, which allows you to communicate between containers and other components, really a service-based architecture. The other component is here that even if you're Google, you will need to use things which are dependent on other people. And I really like this cartoon on the right-hand side that, and in our case, 90% of our infrastructure comes from other people over there. So finally, and I want to just show the slide over there, here are some components of our framework, which is like machine learning, coupling of K-base and pfloatran and geophysics. And what you see on the bottom right-hand side is we're using, in this case, 6 software packages which come from other people, and we integrate them all. So I'm not saying that what we do is the best way to go, but I'm saying the cyber infrastructure is really the way to go. I'll gladly answer any questions. I'll give my time back to the next speaker.
All right, thanks a lot, Roelof. Our next speaker under this theme is Hang Chen of Boise State University. Are you online?
Yes.
Great.
Is the voice and the presentation good? Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Han, a PhD student from Boise State. What I want to talk about today is a method improving subsurface characterization with sequential inversion of a multiple geophysical data sets. And all new methods includes two steps. The first step is to obtain the subsurface structure boundary and use this boundary to constrain the resistivity inversion. Here we use, So here we use seismic travel time data to have a subsurface structure boundary and use electrical resistivity to have a subsurface resistivity model. And second, after we get the structure and electrical resistivity property from the last step, we can give different hydrophysical relations to each layer and use Monte Carlo to quantify the uncertainty from the rock physics relationships. For example, in this conceptual 3-layer model, we can give different hydrophysical relationships to the different layers. For example, reckless fractured bedrock and intense bedrock. I don't know why these 2 pages are inverse. And here is the first step I just have talked. So this is the first step, how we can get the subsurface structure and the resistivity model of the subsurface. Okay, so we apply our method in both static data and field data sets. And in this last talking, I just briefly introduce our field test. The field test was implemented in a geographic experimental watershed. It was established to investigate hydrological processes in the semi-arid southwestern region of Idaho. And we use 70 electrodes and geophones to do the surface seismic investigation and resistivity investigation. And from our field test results, we can find our new method can have a water content model close to the actual field compared to the traditional method. So, okay, thank you for listening. And detailed information can be referred to
my presentation video. Okay, thank you. Hope the time is good.
1 minute left.
Okay. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Judy Robinson of the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. Judy? We see your slides.
Can you hear me? Fred?
Yes. We can hear you, Judy.
Can hear you now.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. I'm going to present a summary of the work we've been conducting over the past several years on the Hanford site, which uses electrical resistivity tomography, or ERT, to look at subsurface stratigraphy and in particular paleo channels. Is the slide advancing? On the Hanford site, paleo channels are large-scale features on the order of 1 to 2 kilometers wide, which are the locations of ancestral Columbia River and Ice Age cataclysmic floods. These have been identified through borehole information such as logs and contaminant concentrations, but the area is very large, so the location is uncertain. It's important to know the location of paleo channels on the Central Plateau because it has a large impact on contaminant concentrations and arrival times for migration to the Columbia River. And if you saw the morning talks, much of the predictive modeling relies on an accurate geologic framework model. We used ERT to investigate the location of paleo channels to help refine existing geologic framework model where borehole information is sparse. 2 field campaigns were conducted last year. Field campaign number 1 was between the 200 east and west areas and consisted of about 17 kilometers of parallel roll-long 2D ERT surveys. There are a few boreholes in this area, and these surveys provided a first line of evidence towards stratigraphic structure. Field campaign number 2 consisted of about 19 kilometers of 2D ERT surveys and was southeast of 200 east and investigated the location of an interpolate plume, which is shown in shaded blue on the map. I'm going to share a subset of these results. The geologic framework model in Area 1 is more certain due to more borehole coverage. So this was used as a proof of concept of the ability of ERT to provide a proxy of stratigraphic structure. 3 2D transects, 1.6 kilometers each with 25-meter electrode spacing, were collected and independently processed. And you can see there's a very good consistency between each of these transects. When we compare the geologic framework model to the ERT in Area 1, we can identify several stratigraphic contrasts as electrical contrasts in the sections. This gave us a proof of concept and a lens to view other ERT images in this campaign. I'm going to hop over to the 200 areas now, and the right side of the ERT images is an area where a paleo channel was suspected. There's a persistent low conductivity dipping feature in this area, which is shaped like the conceptual paleo channel model I showed a few slides back. At line 4, this feature shifts, and our plans are to investigate this area further using other geophysical methods. There are no wells in this area to confirm aspects of the electrical structure, but this information can be used to help cite future wells. What I'm showing now is a summary slide of the results of the 2 field campaigns. Across both campaigns, any deviations from the geologic framework model presented itself as a low conductivity feature. This image shows the locations where the ERT results deviated from the geologic framework model. Our plan is to investigate these areas further and to help refine the existing geological framework model and also to cite any new wells. So thank you for your time, and please take a look at the longer recording of this work.
Thanks, Judy. Our last speaker in this session is Xiaoqin Zhang, speaking about acoustic communication along drill strings for deep subsurface monitoring, and the speaker is from Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. Are you able to share your screen?
Yes.
Great.
Can you see my screen now?
We can see your screen.
Great. Hello, everyone. I'm Xiaoqin. I'm a research scientist at PNNL. Today, my topic is acoustic communication along drill strings for deep subsurface monitoring. Monitoring at a carbon storage site is necessary to track the movement of CO2 and assure the permanence of geological storage. And many advanced monitoring technologies
are currently available but have limitations in sensing principle, communication, and power systems. So our goal is to develop an acoustic telemetry system on a pilot scale for monitoring the deep subsurface. The telemetry can provide long-range, real-time, and wireless access to the sensor data within a wearable, and we demonstrated the feasibility on a laboratory scale. In the first phase of our study, we developed the acoustic telemetry system in a smaller scale. The metal tubing was composed of 4 sections of pipes and 3 joints. Signals were generated by a wave function generator and amplified by a power amplifier. The amplified signals drives a PZT transducer, which is mounted perpendicular to the metal tube at the end of the tube section. At the end of each pipe section, a 3-axis accelerometer was mounted. This accelerometer can receive the acoustic signal that are generated by the PZT transducer. Received signals were digitized and recorded for further analysis on computer. In the second phase, we built a longer metal tubing with 12 sections of pipes and 11 joints. The telemetry system set up in the second phase was the same as the first phase. In the second, this is the result from the first phase. It just shows as the impulse response function. The impulse function was achieved by an impulsive hammer. We can see that the impulse was very sharp spike, and the signals were received in all 3 directions. This impulse response function that shows us that the signals can be severely prolonged and distorted after propagating through the metal tubing. We also calculated the spectra of the impulse response function, which all show some comb-like features in the extending band of 0 to 7 kilohertz. Also, we did the spectrogram calculation, which shows that the signals has multiple modal structures that are separated in time, and most of the modes are focused in around 3 kilohertz.
That's 1 minute.
Study. Okay, the transmit signal is composed of precursor signal and communication signal, and the method we used for decoding is called an inverse filter processing method, which I won't touch more details here. And the results, we can recover the communication signal and fully decode the communication signal with 0-bit error rates and signal to noise ratio of 10 dB. And we also estimated the attenuation of the acoustic energy along the drill string. And we did an estimation that under some levels of source signal and noise level, and with a decoder that can decode signal a signal to noise ratio of 3 dB, then we can achieve a good propagation at about 2,500 meters, which is very promising for future next generation deep surface monitoring. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. That wraps up the speakers in our session. I'd like to invite all of the panelists to turn on your video if your video is not on now. And we have upwards of 40 minutes now for a discussion. We don't have a plan for the structure of this. We'd like to just open this up to questions. If you are one of the attendees, not one of the panelists, you'll need to raise your hand in order to be recognized. So you can do that in Zoom with the raise hand feature. Do we have any questions coming from the attendees or from other panelists? All right, I think I'll start off then. I have a question for Beth. We have a session tomorrow on multi-scale modeling, and your talk today spoke to that. And I was thinking about the fact that we have here a characterization session today, and we're talking about multi-scale issues. And tomorrow we have a modeling session on multi-scale issues, and you bridge that gap in your work. So I'm curious what advice you might have for the geophysicists among us about how to bridge that gap and integrate better with the hydrogeologists and the modelers.
Oh, wow, that's a loaded question, Fred, but I'll give it a try. I've been working away on these complex sites in bedrock for 3 decades. And the effort to go after a certain style of high resolution data has certainly been time consuming. But what excites me is the geophysicists are used to high resolution data sets, and the combination of a similar data type and then the data analysis methods, I think, are right for more and more synergy. I use the term calibration, hydrogeologic calibration of geophysical data and geological data, and vice versa. So I think now we can perhaps go both ways. But in terms of modeling, my experience is that we tend to think of finding the right model to do all things, and it's the number of processes that are active and important at these sites likely means we need to use multiple modeling tools to look at different scales of the problem. Not just, I guess, find the one tool that can integrate everything together. But that's partly because I think upscaling requires understanding how the smaller scale perhaps affects the larger scale differently through time. I think things are probably not constant rates and things like that. But that's what comes off the top of my head. Maybe it provokes someone else to say something.
Thanks, Beth. I see a question in the chat from Brian Looney. We'll come back to that one next, but I saw Andrew, you've got your hand raised.
Yeah, thanks for I got 2 questions. First one is for Sam. I was intrigued. You got a response with your artificially spiked samples, but not with the field samples. Do you have an idea why that is? Why you're not seeing it in the field?
So I think there's a couple possibilities. One, we do see some differentiation between the field samples. The samples from the impacted area do have a slightly elevated imaginary conductivity response compared to the control samples, and that, given that they have similar grain size distributions and similar conductivities, real component conductivities. So there are some. It's somewhat encouraging, but they don't compare well to what the lab analysis is showing us. So I think we could be hovering, or at least with the field experiments, we could be hovering around the minimum detect limit here for the method. It could be that this site just isn't as contaminated as we're getting when we do the synthetic samples. And we have some other sites that do have contamination levels that are more comparable to what we've seen with the synthetic sample. So that we want to focus on in the future. So it might be that just the site is wrong for this, that the contamination level is lower than what we would expect. And it could be just because these are legacy contaminated samples and the contamination is several decades old. It might be there are some limitations as to what constituents we can measure and when we can measure.
Yeah, it's that last point that was kind of in the back of my mind, that there's quite a difference between fresh contamination and mature contamination. Yeah, good. I got a question for Judy. Judy knows that I'm a fan of ERT, and I know that she's a fan of ERT. But I've seen recently this TOAD TEM system, and I know that it's kind of been used in a whole lot of other environments, and it's not new. But man, it's so powerful for that kind of survey. Are you considering those kind of surveys for these paleochannels?
Yes, we are. And this year we're going to be doing some TTEM. We'll be using a TTEM instrument.
It's difficult on the Hanford site. If you saw the morning talks, there are a lot of ecological, cultural, and biological concerns, and we can't take the T10 in all the areas maybe that we'd like to. So between the 200 areas, there's so much sagebrush there, we would just probably mull it over with the ATV and the T10, but we are looking in near field campaign 2. We're hoping to also do some T10 imaging. We're going to test, I don't know if you noticed in area 1, there was kind of 2 transects and then 1 crossing it, and that's because there's a roadway right there. So that's our first area that we're going to drive the T10 and compare it to the ERT. But yeah, certainly it was, they hand carried in all of the equipment for those ERT surveys, and maybe you couldn't tell by looking at the aerial view, but it's a pretty remote area. So we're hoping to, if we could use EM imaging, that might be another avenue and less sort of labor intensive in areas that we can use it.
Good.
Can I add to that, Judy?
Sure.
Andy, just real quick, another limitation is that at the depths of these paleo channels, we're really pressing the limits of the T10 system with how deep it can see. And another big issue is the infrastructure. There are power lines out there. There are metal fences everywhere, buried pipes. And if you get, within a few hundred meters of those, it can really mess with the data. So we're excited about it, about the new T10 system, but it has its limitations, as does ERT. So.
Yeah, I think that some of that infrastructure problem is that you hit the nail on the head there, Tim, because from what I've seen, it's actually not always that predictable as well. It looks as though from power lines, you might be in a quiet zone, but then actually you just get crappy data. So whereas, ERT is a bit like a Land Rover. It's going to keep going and going and going. And so maybe like Judy says, maybe a combination of the two is the way to do it. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks for getting the ball rolling, Andy. Our next question, I'd like to go to Brian Looney.
And his mic is open now. Brian can actually participate.
Great. Brian, are you there?
I'm here, over. Sorry for asking another question of Beth because she's already been asked one, but so Beth, I was really intrigued by the thermal profiling with the thermal sensors on a flute array, and you said there was a heating element that kind of charged the system, and then you watched that. We have thought about that for some other things, and I'm a little intrigued by that. So first of all, can you kind of walk us through just the sequencing of how that might be done? And then secondly, how that might compare to the permeability tests that are kind of done routinely now in the Northeast, where they reel the flute as a constant rate and kind of use it to get a permeability distribution and where there are big fractures that are contributing.
Okay. Let's see. So the active distributed temperature sensing is something that one of my master's students initiated as an idea back in 2010. So Tom Coleman, who now works for Silixa, came up with this idea. And so we customized the fiber optic cable to include this copper wire. And that was building off of Pete Pemmy's active line source heating approach that he had developed and tested throughout the 2000s. He has a few papers where he used to dangle a heating wire in the stagnant water column inside the flute that had already been deployed, and then used a very sensitive multi-vector probe to troll that stagnant water column. Anyway, so kind of building on ideas that the results from the active distributed temperature sensing involved trial and error determinations of how much energy to put into the system and for how long, and how to get that to optimize for different rock types and different flow conditions in the fractures. But we have a series of papers that I can send you to help you get further insights from that.
But what we found, it's the rate of heating as well as the rate of cooling in combination that can be numerically modeled and essentially give us an estimate of Q, capital Q, or the volumetric flow in these depth discrete horizons. What we find, obviously, is each method maybe has different sensitivity, but if we were to compare that to the flute transmissivity profile, which has been used by my group as well as many others now, that transmissivity profile system is very cleverly designed by Carl Keller, the inventor of the flute multi-levels and liner aversion system, where he's actually measuring the rate of the liner deployment as a function of the bulk transmissivity remaining in the remaining open hole below that liner. And so as you close off a transmissive fracture, generally you see step declines in that transmissivity, which he converts to a local transmissivity. What we've observed with all the fine scale measurements that we've been doing in these same boreholes with transmissivity profiles is that there can be sometimes a translation or lag in when you see that step decline in T, because there's so much momentum or inertia to, I guess, that's happening in these profiling techniques. And the resolution starts out rough or crude and gets more and more sensitive as that borehole length gets smaller. But I think it's a very powerful, time-efficient methodology that has limitations only when you have on the low end transmissivities to start with. But I guess it brings me to the point that I think is my main point, is that multiple methods are more powerful than a single method, at least in the beginning, to help understand how a particular method or subset of methods can be most useful at a site. Just in that they often give you, if it's not a bias, there may be a resolution challenge, or perhaps they're designed to accentuate a particular feature or characteristics of the system. So I don't know if that's what the nature of your question was exactly.
No, that's perfect. Thanks so much. I'm sorry to take so much time, so I really appreciate it. And I'll try to look up those references.
Okay. Let me know if you want to have them sent to you.
All right. Thanks a lot, Brian. Thank you, Beth. Next up, Chris. You had your hand raised next.
Yeah, thanks, Fred.
And then we'll go to roll off, and then we'll go to roll off after that.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I have a question each for Roloff and Sam. Roloff, I'm a big fan of couple modeling, so I was just curious about the connection you made between pFlowtran and your E4D model. Was that traditional petrophysics, or was there something a bit different there, or more deeper in terms of that coupling?
It's basically the same approach that the Tim has been doing. We're basically have this petrophysics combination. I'd say probably the big thing is basically have pFlowtran and E4D, and then there's actually like a paper that Tim authored in 2010 about data domain coupling over there. We basically use the transfer resistances and we do the matching there in PEST over there. So we actually don't do the inversion. And we have the p40 now. I'd say probably the interesting part in our case is that in the pFlowtran model we also integrate like infiltration and precipitation. Actually, this is work in collaboration, or actually with Dale Workham at EPA and Fred Day Lewis and the USGS there. So yeah, so it's but and we hope to publish on that more formally. But like really, our approach is really to set up these coupled models and link all these models together.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just to save time,
I'll take a look at those papers, and yeah, thanks a lot for all that. And just for Sam, I had a question. I was very interested because, again, PFAS being such a hot topic, and I was almost surprised to see that you are already, like, I believe you're one of the first that's, at least I know of, that's out there looking at PFAS and SIP. And it was surprising to see you already kind of getting into the field. Of course, that's where we all want to go. But did you carry out like a pretty extensive set of lab experiments first, or how comprehensive was the lab work? Or did you really, was there a motivation to try and get field measurements from the off?
Well, the lab measurements definitely preceded the field work. We had the synthetic soil data before we decided to go into the field. And most of the sampled sites, not all of them, but I think 4 of the soils I showed you today. So the results from that really, precipitated going into the field.
Okay, so you're trying to match almost the grain size distribution of the fields, because you would have had that information from the off. What was the motivation trying to work back from the field, and that kind of motivated the lab experiments as such, or was it like a 2-part study?
No, it was really just started out as a laboratory study. The proposal was originally to look at both complex resistivity and NMR, and we were getting encouraging results from the original SIP measurements done in the lab, and then that really precipitated us going out and doing the field work.
So in terms of the complexity between what you're seeing in the field or not seeing, is there like other ideas you have to say, okay, we need to kind of not slow down in a way and maybe go back to the lab and try and see what's happening between that jump between a successful lab experiment and a not so successful field?
Yeah, so I don't think we'd slowed down the field characterization, but I do think there's a lot of work to do looking at sensitivity. We really haven't gotten into that. We basically spiked synthetic soils with a pretty significant amount of AFFF and proved that in theory we do have some sensitivity to the presence of PFAS, but we haven't gotten into how sensitive complex resistivity is to the presence of PFAS and whether that correlates well to what we see at a typical field site. So I think that's definitely something we're missing, but I don't think that should, that would be justification to dial back the field stuff. I don't see why putting the brakes on the field characterization would be justified.
Just one final point, because I was kind of looking at PFAS myself, is the concentrations that you mentioned for the AFFF, were they on the realistic side? Because I know looking at it myself, you really have to go to almost unrealistic concentrations of PFAS that you find in the field to try and get a reasonable response, or were you finding that you were seeing a good SIP response in a realistic range of PFAS concentration?
We were modeling this off of a site, another site, not the one we were looking at here, but the AFFF was, we chose our dilution based on that site.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Sam.
Yep.
I'm going to apologize to roll off and the people next, because I'll just interject quickly a question that came from one of the attendees, Dale Workham of EPA.
And his mic is on.
Dale, do you want to ask the question?
Yeah, sure. It doesn't really matter, but yeah, sort of just following up on Chris and what Andy said. But also, I want to thank everybody. These were really good talks, and I wish I could listen as fast as you all presented. But just a real quick question for Sam about grain size distribution. You give us a little bit more specifics on what the synthetic stuff was and how it can, and if you know, because I know the lab or the field stuff's relatively new. Know any comparison between?
We're losing you there, Dale.
Oh, sorry. Maybe just read it.
Okay. All right. Let's see. What was the grain size for the lab experiment? How does this compare to the field grain size? Do you think finer grains might enhance imaginary response? Was there any response in the real component of SIP for either lab or field?
So we don't. So for the legacy site soils, we don't see much of a difference in the real conductivities of those soils. I'm just
getting into the real connectivities of the synthetic soils, there isn't much of a difference there either between the contaminated and uncontaminated soils. But in the field soils, we do see that there is a real connectivity variation associated with what we're seeing with the imaginary connectivity along that line A that I showed. So there's a possibility that's not a PFAS signature. But Lee could speak to this better than I could, but like last week, I believe we were beginning to look at another area, and we do see something that correlates a little closer to what we're seeing in the laboratory. So, you know, it's early at this point to speculate on that.
Great, thanks, Sam.
I think I got all of it, but as far as the grain size distributions, the grain size distributions from the sampled soils are fairly consistent with the impacted and uncontaminated sites. I don't believe we ever did grain size distributions on the synthetic soils, and that was mostly because of the peat, and we didn't think it was going to be accurate. Yeah, so I think that answers your question. As far as whether, yeah, of course, I think finer, you know, I think having a lot of organic material in the synthetic soils is definitely increasing our response, because we're just providing more opportunities for sorption to occur.
Great, thanks, Sam.
Yep.
I think Roloff, you were next with a question.
Yeah, I had a question for Andrew Binley. You mentioned you're going to sample DNA, which I think is super exciting. I really like the link between geophysics and microbiology. But can you expand a little bit, like what you hope to find from this?
Yeah, I can't give you the details on that, Rolla, because that's a different part of the team that's actually going to do that. But the idea is that you inject tracer. You basically, you can have multiple tracers, and you can actually differentiate the sources. You know, multiple sources. So you know, rather than you're basically using a different label. That's all. So you're using DNA as a label. So there's kind of ways that they can do that now. So that's the overall aim. I don't know exactly how they go about it and how much it costs, which might be behind your question, but you know, it's established. I understand.
Okay, yeah, it's basically using DNA as a trace. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Thanks, Roloff. I think next up is Beth with a question.
Yeah, I had a similar question that was just asked to Andrew Binley about the DNA tracers. I have a master's student coming to me from Europe that has used them in the past, and so I was intrigued by that. But I'll be interested to know how you guys advance that and so on, because we're thinking about it here too, and whether or not geophysics would be a useful tool in your mind. I guess, did you think that was the plan, or?
So the idea about this is that we can use, where we've done the time-lapse geophysics experiments, we can actually use those to design DNA tracer injections. You know, one of the problems when you use kind of like complex tracers, as you know only too well, I'm sure, when they're very expensive, you can actually be wasting a lot of resources by actually doing measurements in the wrong location. So what we are doing is we're designing the more complex tracer injections, i.e. with DNA, using the results of our previous tracer test with geophysics.
So my associated question for you then too is, I was curious about your salt injection and whether or not what concentrations your salt tracer was injected at, and whether or not you thought there was any density influences there.
Yeah, so you're absolutely right. I can't remember the concentrations, but they were at the limit where you have to start thinking about density effects. And in fact, in our solute transport model, we're using a density dependent flow to be able to account for that. So we're right on the limit of but we need to account for that.
Yeah.
So
Actually, the interesting thing with the salt tracer injections is whether we actually screw up the barrier, whether we mess up the microbiology of the barrier by injecting salt. But that's for another discussion.
So do you know how high the salt was?
I could tell you that the order, I can't tell you what the concentration was, but I can tell you the conductivity at injection was probably the order of about 5 millisiemens per centimeter.
Okay.
So pretty high. But I can dig out the concentrations. I got the concentration details.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just a curiosity. Nice.
All right, our next question came from one of the attendees. Angelos, are you able to use your mic, or shall I go ahead and read your question? Okay, I'll go ahead and read the question. This one is for Hillary. Hillary, I was wondering whether there is a time threshold after which no more reactivity is occurring or maybe cannot be observed by the SIP.
So you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's a really good question. And unfortunately, we don't have an answer for that yet. But I can say that right now our first goal is correlating the changes that we are characterizing with geochemical techniques like XRD and BT surface area to correlate those with what we're actually seeing in the SIP response. So as an example, I think the SMI, the changes that we're seeing are primarily based on changes in the solution conductivity, as well as changes in the mineralogy that are increasing surface area. Because over time that SMI is going to first create some highly reducing conditions that allow for dissolution of iron into solution that raises the ionic strength. And then as it continues to oxidize, we'll see precipitation of iron oxides, iron sulfide, mineral phases that are going to significantly alter the system. And so once we can correlate those with the actual geochemical processes, hopefully, then we'll try to link that to its ability to reduce our contaminants. And then finally, we'll look at how long we can actually see those changes. But it's going to be highly dependent on the conditions in the subsurface.
Thanks, Hillary. We have 2 questions coming from Chris and Lee for Adrian. So I'll let Chris start and then pass it over to Lee. Chris?
Yeah, thanks again, Fred. Adrian, just curious about the time frame between your baseline and how long it took for the post ZVI injections to go from the inactive to the active surface. Because I just noticed from the bottom of the injection well to the actual plume, there's a clay layer there. So was it quite a slow process? Oh, sorry, you're on mute.
Sorry. Protein that will consume this gargarm polymer that was coating the zero-valent iron. But of course, because this protein is injected at low rates and very low concentrations, this was not like pushed into the shallow aquifer, and was reacting very quickly because the concentrations of particles injected were very low in the deep aquifer. That's why it was reacting so fast, and just directly after the injection of the protein, this brush layer was removed. So that's why it was so fast.
Well, yeah, that's why I wanted to know. Yeah, because you mentioned that earlier, about 50 minutes or so for that to happen. Yeah. But yeah, then seeing the geology here, I'm just looking at your full talk here. I was just curious about that. But yeah.
But was because it was induced. The idea would be that all the iron would be delivered to the deep aquifer. So we put then the protein, then the gargarm is gone, and then the particles would react. But actually, the protein was not delivered to the shallow aquifer. At least we didn't saw it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Should I follow the question from Lee?
Yeah, Lee.
Yeah, Adrian, my question is about in the video, you mentioned a site where you seem to infer that the imaginary conductivity signal was sensitive to the location of DNAPL. Were you implying that you could directly detect DNAPL with that, or was this an indirect kind of effect?
Well, actually, what we have been working a lot on that issue. What we have seen is that if we have a DNAPL, commonly is where we have seen is that this acts as a non-polar compound, as a polar compound, modifies the actual, is absorbed to the surface of the grain, so modifies the actual electrical double layer. And if in our experience is that we can detect the DNAPL in the binary part of the complex conductivity. This is something similar to what the studies from Andre Reville and Miriam show on the laboratory, but we have seen on the field for different DNAPLs. We have also seen that it's something similar to what happens at low concentrations of LNAPLs. But we wrote this modeling paper with Matthias Bucher, where we saw that the differences that they impose on the pore space is that what makes the DNAPL easy to be detected over the LNAPL. But I didn't expand it today in the talk. But yeah, actually, we believe that it's because of the changes in the pore space and in the electrical double layer that we can see the DNAPL in the binary component.
Very great. If we have anyone else with a question, please put it in the chat or raise your hand. I'll just take a moment to remind folks of two things. One is that the full-length talks are available online. Some of them were only, some of them I think may not yet be online. So if you haven't seen the full-length talks yet, please check them out. There's a lot more material in there, obviously, than what can be delivered in 4 minutes. Second, there will be a poll at the end of this discussion, which is coming up in just a few minutes, for the best 2 presentations in the session. So please do fill out the poll when it comes up.
But I have a second question I have another question for Hang, if there's time, and that is, I was interested really, Hang, in the zonation approach, and you use the seismics to provide boundaries and zones for to inform or guide the resistivity imaging. And I was just wondering, what happens if the seismics doesn't actually represent the resistivity zonation well? And have you paid attention to how like an incorrect zonation, boundary zonation, could cause artifacts or problems with your resistivity inversion?
Oh yeah, that's a good question. Yeah. In our synthetic case, I didn't show them in my last talking. So in our synthetic case, we can find if we find a boundary not very exactly, then the uncertainty from the boundary, we can say the uncertainty from the wrong boundary, they are very high. So maybe we can infer some information from the uncertainty, like our boundary in this place is not right. So that's maybe one solution. But anyway, if we can have a better boundary zonation, that will be better. But now due to the non-uniqueness in the geophysics inversion, what we best can do is find a approximate boundary, not very exact boundary. But now the uncertainty information can give us where the boundary is wrong, and that's something we can do better now. Thank you, Oscar.
Okay, thank you. And I think we have time for one more question. Adrian?
Also a question for Hank. Yeah, I mean, I actually was wondering exactly the same as Lee. What if they are completely, they picture different settings? Well, but you already answered that. And I still wondering, have you tried to use surface waves? Because I mean, if you use surface wave seismic, maybe you can start getting some information about changes in the porosity that you can easily couple to your resistivity, no?
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, I also think surface wave. Yeah, I have read some paper about surface wave that can calculate some boundary more precisely. Yeah, and I also consider to do further work about it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. There might be time for one more question, or else I'll ask our organizers here to put the poll back up.
we can put the poll up and still take a question. So we don't have
Okay.
to stop talking if a question comes in.
Right, Tim or Lee, do you have any final concluding thoughts?
It's Lee. No, not really. I just wanted to, echo Tim's sentiments and say thanks very much to everybody for taking the time and energy to put this together. I realized from doing this, I'm glad it wasn't me doing it, that there's a skill to lightning talks. They're not easy things to do. So I apologize if I was cutting you off or shutting you down. It wasn't a fun job for me to do, but I appreciate the fact that everyone did mostly stay on time, and we had a really great discussion.
Well, thank you. We've got the poll going, so folks can contribute and answer there. And I'm just going to bring up my slide showing tomorrow's agenda. First, though, I want to thank Tim and Fred and Lee for organizing this session. I think it was really engaging, and I enjoyed all the discussion. It was great that there was so much back and forth, and congratulations to everyone on doing the lightning talks on time. And do check out the full-length videos on our webpage. Tomorrow, we're going to shift gears quite a bit, and we're going to start with a case study that looks at challenges and opportunities or lessons learned related to decision making and national level planning and policy and stakeholder engagement related to environmental cleanup after a nuclear accident. And we're using Fukushima as our case study example. And then we have a panel discussion where we have some invited guests that are going to share their perspectives and lessons learned for strategies and approaches to revitalizing communities that have been impacted by large-scale cleanup projects or nuclear accidents. And then we'll wrap up the day with a technical session looking at multi-scale modeling and upscaling. So recent developments in multi-scale modeling for subsurface remediation. And with that, I think we've had a wonderful day. If anybody else has some closing remarks, we really appreciate everybody's attendance and participation. Nick, any closing remarks?
No, I really enjoyed it. Great job, everyone. Great talks and great discussions. Thanks again.
Thanks,
All right.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
everyone.
See you tomorrow.
Have a great day now.
Bye.
Bye-bye.